America wants nice and calm. You almost there.
Yeah, I did it. I cried 2 tears in a bucket. Fuck it. Let's take it to the stage.
You dig it? You knock a dude down, you get some respect.
Hey, hello. Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome to the Black Man Unfiltered Network. You are with your favorite baby boomer, R. Payne. Hey, listen, so we got another one for you tonight. And this one should be easy, right? I mean, it should be. But it's something that I think that we, as Black folks, avoid at all costs because we keep deflecting, right? If it's when we have to look in the mirror and look at black and black crime. But before we get there, come on in, hit the like button. Send a cash app to the channel, support the business. We're looking at getting to the next level of subscribers and everything else. So that's pretty cool. But hit the like button, put some comments in the chat. Tell me what you think the solutions are to black on black crime. If you got a solution, put it in the chat or come on up when we call you up. I have a few videos, not long ones this time. I think this is an easy one, right? It should be, right? If we look at ourselves, what do we need to love each other just a little bit more so we ain't taking each other out at the behest of the puppet masters? And why is it that the folks that Black folks trust the most want us to stay in this position forever? You know what I'm saying? And so it's a dilemma that we're in. And but I got this first video I was going to play for you guys, but we're going to do a little icebreaker first. But I mean, just come in and settle in and kind of think about it. If you have solutions to why it's so easy for us in our neighborhoods to prey upon Black folks and just keep doing it. It's not everybody. It's not most people. But just like crabs in a barrel or rotten apples in a bushel, you don't need to have most of them rotten before they destroy every apple in the bushel. Just like in the classroom, it only takes 1 or 2 people who are full of shit to disrupt the whole class. So, it doesn't have to be everybody. It's just enough to make a difference. And that's what it's really about. It's enough to make a difference. So what are we lacking? Not even lacking. But here's the thing, right? We use that proximity issue all the time. We'll come back to that. The same as white on white crime, Hispanic on Hispanic crime, Asian on Asian crime. Yeah, that's all true. But does that absolve us from looking at ourselves without respect to everybody else? The impact on the Black community is profound. It may be profound in white neighborhoods and Hispanic neighborhoods, but that's none of our business, right? We don't have to follow the herd. I mean, we could be trendsetters on how to fix our own Black on Black issues. I mean, people don't even want to say Black on Black crime. You'll find liberals who don't even want to talk about it. They don't want to characterize it that way because everybody else is doing it. It's a proximity issue. But that doesn't mean the impact isn't devastating, so it's a deflection. So I mean, we got to talk about it, and I don't have all the answers. Matter of fact, I don't have, I want to say I don't have any of the answers, but if I was king for the day, I think I'd solve the shit, one way or the other. So let me not take all the credit away from me. If I had a chance to fix it, I would, because there's a lot of stuff I'd stop doing immediately. And some incentives I would put in immediately, so it's a multi-layered solution. It's not just one one layer. It's multi-layered. So we need to talk about that. And if y'all got some suggestions, put it in the chat. Or come on up. Whatever. I think BMU already put the StreamYard link down there. You're just gonna have to suffer through some of the videos. But before we get there, I do have an icebreaker that I'm going to show, and this is the old days, how things used to happen, right? And it should be, just bear with me for a second. We put that up there. All right, we're going to share it. All right. No, it's not gonna be better. Okay. All right. Now, that's how it used to be, right? It still happens from time to time, right? No guns, no nothing. Just two so-called people of color, black folks, squaring up. And who do you think is going to win?
World star. Oh my goodness!
You gotta take the music off. All right, so I guess that's how it used to be. But I want to get the blood flowing, a little violence between brothers. This guy's out cold. I think the guy came back to see if he really heard him, and he absolutely did. So that's just a little icebreaker to get the blood flowing and stuff. It's violence, but then again, in our community, we kind of used to it, right? Kind of used to a lot of violence, a little bit too much. And so how do we fix it? And, what do we need to do? I mean, what are the stats, right? We hear the stats, and do we believe the stats? And I think that we don't argue about the stats anymore because the stats are really true. What's this? What do you think about the U.S. government now claiming and closing off more BLM public land? Black Lives Matter public land. They got public land. Area 51. Now, I don't know about that. I actually don't. I didn't know Black Lives Matter had a plan. Unless that's something else. The Black Lives Matter that I know, I wish a whole bunch of them would roast in hell for what they've done by duping the black community. So I'm not a big BLM fan. Bureau of Land Management, thank you. I'm saying, thank you. It's a Bureau of Land Management. Okay, so what does that have to do with black on black crime? All right, so you put me straight. Oh man. Listen, okay. So listen, the purpose of this, I know some black folks can't get past this, right? They always got to be anchored to shit in the past. Okay, we're talking about where we are right now and what we need to do to fix what we can in the present and going off into the future. The past is something that we can only be informed of. We can't change it. So, so if we live back there, we're going to die back there. So if we want to live in the future, we got to figure out how to fix things going forward. What's broken? And even if it was broken by the sins of the past, how do we plug them up? How do we move forward? And what do we do for the future generations? And listen, it's not my fight. It's not going to be my fight. It's Gen Z's fight. It's millennials' fight. It's the future, man. You guys got to be thinking about this shit because if everybody's just going to move away, So what are the stats? What are the stats? They got some stats on this. I know a lot of people don't like stats, okay, but I mean they're not really that telling. I think we all know the stats, but I just want to start there. So I'm not, you don't think I'm making shit up. All right, so you can see this. Let me do this the right way. Probably works better. Y'all probably can see this. Y'all could probably see it better than I can. All right, so the point really is that with these stats, this first one here is simply a stat that shows, the crimes. This is not murder. This is just, assaults and stuff like that. As you see, robbery, assault, aggravated assault. And then you got the columns, total, white, black, Hispanic. And it's one point something per 100, per 1,000 people, okay? And if you look at the white section, of course, since there's more of them, their crime numbers are high. Ours just slightly behind. And in some areas in robbery, our area per 1,000 people is higher than theirs. In regular assault, our numbers is right comparable to the white people. Of course, by solid numbers, their numbers are higher because there's a whole lot more of them than there are of us. Okay, so let's just put that to the side. So we're just focusing on the black column, right? And they say the crime is going down, right? In certain areas, crime is going down. How much of that has to do with some of the new crime initiatives by Trump going into some of these neighborhoods? Some of them, right? Memphis, DC, the places where he's not allowed to come or he has to force himself in is like Chicago, and they just finished having a massacre on Juneteenth. So, so what are we doing? So this is just a chart of crimes per 1,000 people. But here's the thing we all talk about. This thing here, right? Just to make everybody happy, that they're right. Crime is a proximity issue, right? More whites in the area victimized by whites, more blacks when it comes to black on black crime. For this, the higher numbers, right? Hispanics, they prey on Hispanics more, and I guess that Hispanic is a big ball, right? Anybody who speaks Spanish, okay. Asians a little bit less, but here's the statistics that's interesting, right? Interesting. When it comes to whites against Asians, right? Their crime is higher than the Asian on Asian crime, and when it comes to others, the white community is higher than others. Okay, so is the black community, by the way, in both of those. So so the Asians, you could say they don't commit as much crimes as everybody else, but there you go, right? So the proximity issue is there. Okay, so just because blacks tend to victimize blacks more than anybody else, that shit doesn't make it right. And it doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at it, right? That's what I'm saying. So every time we get into these discussions, I would agree with the people who want to cry racism or the white cop this and the white cop that. Yeah, I understand hating bringing up black on black when we're talking about bad cops. That's fair, right? We shouldn't bring up black on black crime if we're talking about white criminal cops, preying on black people, right? I would agree with that. But here's the thing. Nobody, as far as I'm concerned, and I mean, I ain't that smart, but this is the first, this video, this shit that I'm showing you guys out in BMU land is the first time I saw a label that says, let's talk about black on black crime. Now, I haven't looked for it. And now that I brought this up, there's plenty of stuff out there, but all of it, a lot of it is still a deflection, trying to make excuses on why it's happening, as opposed to talking about solutions to try to cull it, lower it down, and why do we hate each other so much? You know, there's not enough of that conversation going on. And so I'm saying, you know, why not? You know, if BLM put half as much or any as much emphasis on black neighborhood crime as they do when they're coming after a white cop and money so colors can open up another mansion somewhere, maybe that would have been some better effectivity. Or if the liberals start talking about, well, we don't need police, we need to have more money thrown into some of these bullshit programs, as opposed to community policing. At the same time, they flooded the neighborhoods with illegal aliens, and they let the worst criminals back out to prey on black community, right? With no cash bail. You know, so I mean, they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. Hey, listen, you know what, we're going to be soft on crime, but we're going to let the craziest motherfuckers right back on the street so they could prey on your mother and your grandmother and your son and little cousin and all that shit. And you know what? You're going to still vote for me when the time comes, because you're part of the 92%. You know what I'm saying? It's a never-ending thing, and it's never going to stop as long as people believe that their biggest oppressors are in their backyard, and they don't know it, and they act like they don't know it. So this is it. So I had another chart that I came up with. And I'm just talking. They came up with last year, and the statistics is of 2024, I believe. In 2024, they said there were around 15,000 murders across the United States. 8,000 of them was committed by black folks. Okay, half of them. So that stats has been out there. Like half of all the murders, they say, is committed by black folks. And of course, most of those black folks, okay, are on black people. They say 85 to 90% of them are black on black. Something like that. You know, so that's a column I should have put in here. And then you look at how many police have killed people in that same year. Some of those shootings were, by the book, and some of them were murder, okay? And it was 345. So 8,000 deaths in the black community by violence, and barely a peep from anybody. No news, no nothing. Just like Chicago every weekend, we talk about how many people are killing each other. Teen takeovers make it sound like a sweet little outing as opposed to violent activity that's going on. And then you put that in where all the media is concentrated on, the 345. How many of that is unrighteous murder? It's a lot less than 345, in the hundreds. None of it is good, but that's where all the attention is, because it has the racial component. That's where the money is. That's where the money is, right? If we could blow it up and we could get some lawyers, Ben Crump, we can get Sharpton, we can get all these people to make it into an issue, and it is. But we can get a payout on that issue as opposed to getting any payout on trying to stop black on black violence, because there's no money in it for the race baiters, right? It's closing down a program. If they can find a way to solve that, then they lose. They lose. People start to wake up and say, hey, we got some real solutions that we need to put in here. So, I mean, I got like some videos I'm going to show and stuff like that. This is my thing. I think that our biggest issue is not wanting to take a look at our introspectively at ourselves in the mirror. I think that's a really big issue. Because it's easier to blame the other guy because the other guy is at fault in a lot of stuff. But those are two different conversations. And we could be able to do both at the same time, by the way. Trying to lower black on black violence against each other doesn't say we're not going to emphasize when a rogue cop, kills a school teacher or kills a regular honest dude just trying to get home from work. It's not one or the other. They're mutually exclusive. Both things need solutions. And that's the problem. It's people act like they're both things. We can't solve more than one problem at a time. You can't want to de-emphasize black on black violence because that'll take away from us blaming the white man. Well, you could blame the white man. That's just a different conversation. You could blame the police for when they do dastardly things. That shouldn't take away from the fact that we want our neighborhoods to be safe. Both things have to happen. So the purpose of this is to say, let's just focus on what we need to do in the community. And, I look, there's a lot of organizations, and I didn't put up a lot, but there's organizations probably in every town focusing on crime in the inner city. The problem is they're underfunded. There's probably not a lot of them. They don't really have the teeth that they need to make a real big impact the way they want to. But just throwing money at them is not enough. You have to throw money, but you also have to have legislation that codifies some of the things that are necessary. And then we have some personal things that have to happen. And so when we get into what the solutions may be, right? We'll have to look at all the layers that might help us build better communities if it's not too late. Now, for some of us like me, I think the old black community is a thing of the past. That's just never coming back. One, there's a lot of people who don't want it to come back, right? It's not. I mean, our relationships and the families that we need to build to create that new family a village full of families, I think that's just a thing of the past, right? Because everybody wants their autonomy, So what do we have here? All right, so there you go. So, like I said, so this is this thing. So here's some of the, I put some of the sources where I got some of these numbers from, because I didn't just pull them out of the air. You can go through them and look at it yourself and all that stuff. But I want to hit this video where I pieced a couple of videos together, and all of it is like 6 minutes long. So it's not, I'll stop and start based on what the guy says. Because this first dude that I'm going to talk about is kind of the typical guy. He's talking about when we mention black on black crime, it's always in the context of talking about, what the white cop has done to us and all that other kind of shit. And he's kind of right. I think it has to have a separate conversation, and it has to be parsed away from people who want to deflect from looking in the mirror and bringing up all this other shit, slavery and all of this other bullshit that is not going to help us right now. Just if you don't teach your kids about what happened in the past, I mean, that's kind of on you, right? But you can't live back there. You just can't live there, because there's no place to live. You can't change. You can't live there, What are you saying, BM? You gonna come up, man? What are you teasing me in the back?
Yeah.
Don't be,
Pause. Teasing me in the back. Pause. Okay.
Man, don't come up here and talk about all this other bullshit you're gonna talk about.
Hey, man. I just came up here because I think that when we're having these conversations, we must be accurate in our information. And I understand that in most neighborhoods there have been massacres and shootings, which they happen all the time in different parts of the country. However, I was over here just ChatGPT is my friend, and I paid the top dollar for ChatGPT because I want my ChatGPT to be on point because we have these shows. And ChatGPT just told me, from January 2025 into current date right now, 95% of mass shootings in America have been by white individuals. Now, I want to go down a little bit further. White individuals is what it says. Then it goes down and breaks it down by sex. It says approximately 57% of mass shootings are white males.
All right, so BMU, what the fuck does that have to do with black on black crime?
Because what I'm saying to you, and this goes to, hold on, and shout out to DJ Hemp because hold on. Let me say this: DJ Hemp broke this down so good today. If he was on here right now, he would cook you Like he will cook you real bad. DJ Ham said this today. Why do we keep saying black on black crime when we look at the numbers and it's just crime? He says just crime. You don't have to put a face on it. It's just crime across the board.
And I think that's a deflection. So
we don't. When have you heard white on white crime?
Yeah,
or Asian on Asian crime?
So we have to bait. Well, listen, I understand that because I've heard it. Because the guy I'm going to bring up, he's going to say the same thing, but that still doesn't get us where I have to get. So just because we don't say white on white crime or Asian on Asian crime, and we do because everybody uses that as a reason not to deflect from the fact that we got special impacts in our community. Why do we give a shit about the white people killing each other? What does that have to do with us?
Because we put emphasis, right? According to DJ Ham today, we put emphasis on the crimes, and what they were talking about on DJ Ham. Shout out to DJ Ham, y'all. Make sure y'all subscribe to him. But what they were talking about today, him and Mr. Fantastic was making the argument that all the scamming is done with black people scamming people and robbing people and so on and so forth. But DJ Ham pulled up the numbers and said, wait a minute, why are we putting the face of this crime on black people when the majority of scammers are corporate companies, corporate entities, corporate presidents, corporate people? White men have robbed people. They took everybody's 401k and people committing suicide.
Yeah, you're right. And so to talk about black on black crime doesn't excuse other crimes.
It does, because you put the face on it. You put the face on it. You're saying black on black crime. That means you're putting the focus on black people.
No. Because we're the only ones who are going to solve our own issues.
Okay, I want to hear your solutions.
Yeah, that's why we're the only ones who are going to solve our issues. See, here's the problem I have, and I'm not saying you guys are wrong. It's not an argument that your stats are wrong. They're right. But since when do white people give a shit about what happens in our inner city? The impact of what's happening to us is different than the impact of what's happening in the white communities. It's different than the impacts in the Hispanic communities because they're spread out on different kind of Hispanics. It's different than the impacts in the Asian community. We got unique issues with preying on each other. That doesn't say that white people don't commit most of the crimes. But when you get to a stat where if there's like 16,000 murders, but half of the murders are committed by black folks in terms of numbers, and 80% of those are black people killing other black people, I think that shit should be studied. Right? So that's what I'm saying. And not to say that black people should go kill everybody else in other races. I'm saying most of our concentrations on us, and those numbers are higher than they should be. And then when we argue about the cops deleting black folks, right? We argue about that, rightfully so. We look at those numbers over a year. And if you look up your chat GBT, well, how many white cops wrongfully killed a black guy and black people in 2024?
I can look that up.
Maybe 200, maybe 150.
Yeah, but I also have.
And here's let me just say this: if you look that up, I'm not saying I'm excusing it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I'm just saying. So are we to say? Let's talk about crime in general, which is a fair conversation, but that doesn't do anything to look and solve the specific solutions in the black community.
Right. I think we focus on, because when we hear people talk about black on black crime, I think the only cities we focus on is like Washington, D.C., Chocolate City, or we focus on Chicago, right? Those two areas. And I think like DJ Ham said today, we focus on two cities out of the entire United States and say that's what the face of black on black crime looks like. Now, I'm going to say this. I got this stat right here for you, and I'm going to let you go.
No, go ahead.
It says, according to preliminary FBI data and reports from the Major Cities Chiefs Association, contrary to public perception, overall violent crimes in black neighborhoods and homicides have actually plummeted to historic lows across the United States over the last 2 years collectively. U.S. murders by black on black fell by roughly 18 to 20% in recent cycles, reaching some of the lowest modern rates recorded. However, localized violence remains a heavy burden for lower income urban neighborhoods. It has dropped by 20%. We don't talk about that.
Well, yeah, well, we could.
And it's
talk
the
about
FBI. It's the FBI.
Hold on. What you just said is we could talk about that if we ever talked about crime in the context of what I'm talking about. That would be a nice rainbow to say, yeah, we got black on black crime, but there's certain things that's happening to lower that crime. And whatever that shit is, we should throw gasoline on it so we could do more of it. Like, I know Chicago went from 2 people getting murdered a day down to 1.5. It's still unacceptable, right? So what happened to get it reduced? We should talk about that.
Right.
What programs were, what's working and what's not working, and what do we need more of, and what do we need less of? Because all the programs don't work. So if they find some kind of solution, or maybe just people are just exhausted.
Right. Well, I'll say this. Do you know? I want to ask you this as well, because when they had this conversation, I was like, "Oh, our pain having this conversation today too." Right. So I was just writing some things down. Do you know what the median income is for a Caucasian man and woman right now? Per year?
I hear all kinds of numbers, man. It's not really that much.
125,000.
So married couples?
Yes.
Okay, that's married couples.
Okay. Do you know what it is in the black community?
70, 80, something.
48,000.
Not married.
I'm going to send it to you right now. I'm going to send it to you.
No. Married people, that's it.
$48,000. And we wonder why we're so far. That's why I was trying to tell y'all 3 weeks ago. Financially, we're so far behind. I don't know when we'll ever catch up, if we ever will.
So what you just said, though, with crime going down, it's not directly tied to how much money you make. Because in the past, we didn't have no money either, and we had less crime.
Yep, because we everybody loved on each other. And
so this is the kind of conversations that we're supposed to have. I think our situation is more unique than the rest of the diaspora. That's all I'm saying. And everything in the black community is more unique than it is everywhere else. I think as black Americans, one, we got to take more pride in just being American. But I think we're the canaries in the coal mine where all the experimental shit comes to us. Right? If we start doing this, after a while, the rest of the diaspora is going to start doing whatever we do. Right? So I'm just saying, I don't look at us. I think we could be a peek into the future, and if we need to solve our problems, for example, I mean, my solutions are varied, right? And I haven't got there yet. I got a couple of videos, and I think more people would agree with what you just came on and said. But I think avoiding talking about black on black crime as something unique kind of avoids the issue, because I don't think it fits neatly into the general crime statistic.
It does.
Right? I mean, with the numbers, it does.
It's just crime.
But in the impact, it doesn't.
It's just crime. I don't know why we got to keep saying black on black. It's just crime. It's crime. Everybody commit crime. White people are scamming and robbing people blind. They do it on a larger scale because they have the opportunities to do it. And then black people are scamming people on a lower scale.
Yeah, okay, let me put it to you. I hear what you're saying, and it's not like I completely disagree. I mean, it's a point if you want to step on it. But when we talk about serial deleters and we talk about school shooting, it's clear that the white folks own that.
Okay.
So it's clear let me just say this. It's clear that they own that, right?
Mm-hmm.
School shooters and serial killers.
Yep.
Now, if white people started coming out and saying, man, that's just crime, and let's not focus on what makes a serial killer and what makes a child shooter, it's just crime, we would have something to say about that.
Well, when the Columbine shooters, the 2 white boys put on their leather jackets and went to school and shot up everybody, they didn't say white on white crime because all those kids was white. Not one black kid died. But when a teenager in Chicago shoots up a neighborhood, is black on black crime.
Well, yeah, I hear you, but that doesn't change what I'm coming from. I'm saying is, white folks don't try to run away from the fact that serial killers are mostly white. They don't. You watch all the shows, you watch it. They don't try to run away from that because they can't. They can't.
They don't talk about
that's the profile, huh?
They
What do
don't talk
you
about
mean? Of course they do.
Give me a podcast right now of a white man talking about white on white crime.
I mean, listen. No, I'm not saying white on white crime, but if we were talking about serial killers, they would say the number one predator is a white man.
I ain't heard no podcast talk about that.
Oh, well, you're not looking up those podcasts, but all the shows do it, right?
I'm gonna chat GPT what podcast talk about white on white crime.
Well, it doesn't just have to be a podcast.
Or show, yeah. Well, podcasts are the biggest thing.
I don't know what I watch a lot of murder. I like to watch a lot of murder mysteries.
That's what's wrong with your ass.
It may be, but I can tell you. I mean, some of those FBI stories, they make no illusion that most of the serial killers are white. This shit's explicit, and then certainly about the school shootings, right? And school shootings, black folks don't go into schools and just mass kill the kids in the student. It's not our thing. It's not our thing. Right? So I don't know. I hear you. And of course, it'd be hard to battle Hamp and his goddamn self and the way he handles shit. But I don't agree that we should just call it crime, because I don't think that's, unless we still have to have unique solutions.
So hold on. So if a white man goes and robs a white man's house and kills his wife and his children in the white man,
which they do,
we say, man, that was a bad homicide over there. But if a black man go to a black man's house, rob him and his wife, shoot the man, the wife, and the kids, it's black on black crime. So when the white people, and now the white people doing it, it's just crime. Oh, it was a homicide. When black people do it, black on black crime. A man walked into a house in Chicago, shot a man, his wife, and his kids.
Okay.
It's the same.
No. What I'm trying to say is, so we got an issue on emphasizing that black people prey on black people, just like, because everybody preys on their own people based on proximity.
Right. And it should be right. And no other.
Why is that true? I mean, yeah, I hear you. But let me ask you this: is the solutions for white folks the same as the solution for blacks?
And the day that we realize that, then we'll stop putting. Then we'll say, because
you think the solution for them is the same as the solution for us?
No, because I believe white people have more blood on their hands than we ever will.
Well, of course. I mean, but,
right.
Yeah,
and then I'll say this ain't.
They don't have more. Well, listen. Okay, they have more blood on their hands historically than we do, of course.
Absolutely. But this is not for you, Arpain. This is for the other women that be on these podcasts saying, our women who say, yeah, look at Chicago, black on black crime, black on black crime. Yes, I will consider black on black crime. But the only way I consider that you say black on black crime is that you include black women who abort their babies. Because statistically, more black women have killed more babies, aborted more babies than any black man has killed another black man. You have aborted more babies than any mass shooting by black people. Combined. I know ain't no 23 million people died in Chicago from gunfight.
Well, it's not, yeah, you're right. I mean, listen, of course, they're never going to do that. They're never going to do that. But the fact is, you have a point. I was going to say something, but I don't want you to beat me up.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, because all of those women who went into that shop, how many of them were escorted by brothers who were paying the tab? I know you. There you go. I'm just saying. Some of us got blood on our hands.
There are women out here making music videos. Did you know there are women out here making music videos in front of abortion clinics talking about I killed the baby?
I saw. I know there's no equivalency, brother. I know.
You trying to ruffle my feathers on that one.
That's why I had to throw that little disclaimer out there and shit. I said, you ain't gonna like this shit, man. Oh man, God.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna drop down so you can show your videos. I'll be back.
Yeah, that's just short one, man. It's one guy who I think he would agree with what you just said. you know, and a couple other people. It's real short, and I just want to go through that, and because I hear you, I do hear you, but I see, but this is the conversation I think we need to have.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, whatever Hampton, was it a live show or was it a premiere?
It was live.
Damn. Yeah. Well, too bad I missed it.
Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, I hate you missed it too, because Hamper's basically saying it's just crime, bro. It's just crime.
Yeah,
why we got to put it?
But he also said there's no unique solution, that we just got to solve the crime out. Just solve the crime.
It's just a crime. Yeah, it's just a crime thing. And Cheeky said the same thing. Cheeky was like, why do we, if we look at the numbers, because they start putting up statistics and putting it on the screen, why do we keep saying black people are the biggest scammers and black people are representation of scammers and robbers when the biggest scammers and robbers are in suits who went to school for 4 years, 6 years, got their degrees, masters, bachelors, and they're robbing people blind, people killing themselves because their 401k is at zero. And they've been working for a company for 27 years. And DJ Hemp said his brother's been working at a factory since 1993. And when the 2000s hit 2020, 21, his 401k, when his 401k went belly up, what he's supposed to do? He got robbed. What is he supposed to do?
All right, man, let me tell you. I hear you. I hear that. I mean, okay. I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying the conversation still needs to, even what they said could be part of the conversation, right? I think we just need to have it.
Right.
Whatever the outcome is, okay, so if it's not black on black crime, and here's the reasons why we shouldn't call it that, and it's something that we could pull a thread on and keep pulling that thread till we find a solution. I would just say that the solutions that we have, if we actually started making inroads in the inner city, it's not just Chicago, it's any inner city. That's the one thing they have in common. In the inner city black neighborhoods where the money and the per capita is lower, the jobs are lower, or everything else, you'll find, a lot more, what I would say, not desperate living. Desperate living, right? And not everybody, and like I say all the time, everybody's not a criminal in these areas, even in the worst neighborhoods. It's just that it's enough to make a difference. So there you have it. So let me see what I had next. I wanted to show this guy because I think you would agree with him. Get this out of the way. And I kind of tied some of these together. Where's my damn cursor at? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Floyd and we the people taking our frustrations with it to the streets. It looks as though this nation, for the most part, might finally be willing to have the discussion on law enforcement and police brutality that the black community has been asking for.
Now, this was taken a little after the George Floyd thing, and this guy is going to come up and talk a little bit about black.
I say for the most part, because as we've seen in these last few weeks, there's still a substantial group of politicians, media pundits, and citizens who don't want to have that conversation. And if you can get one of them to admit that there is a problem, they'll attempt to minimize it or place blame in areas where it doesn't belong. Now, one of their frequently used talking points, I've heard it, you've heard it, is black on black crime.
All right, so this is where BMU came in, right? People deflecting from the fact that we have police brutality, we got white on black crime, white cops, often black folks in different manners, and stuff like that. And then people bring up black on black crime. I would admit this is not the time to bring up black on black crime when you want to have a discussion about police brutality. It's the wrong time to do it. I would agree with that.
If we were playing a game of spades, this would be their big joker, the ultimate winning play. But it's just a misdirection, a verbal sleight of hand used to distract from the issues or to derail the conversation. You've all heard, some of you have even said it. It usually goes something like this: police Why aren't we talking about black on black crime? That's the real problem. Want to know why nobody talks about it? Because you're not actually interested in it. The reality is black activists address crime within the community all the time.
Yeah, see, this is true, except that they don't get any publicity. And I want to try to shed some light on that by focusing on one small group and saying there's probably plenty of groups like this across the United States, but they don't get any pub in terms of what they're doing and what their effectivity is. But, BMU said that crime is down in a lot of these last 2 years. And I would imagine it's because some of these grassroots efforts, but nobody talks about them, not enough. Okay. But to me, that's helping solve the issue, because if they have groups trying to work on black crime issues, whether you want to call it or that, at least there's some recognition that we got some unique issues that need to be addressed.
Others only seem to want to address it when we talk about crimes being committed against us by uniformed officers. If you truly cared, you'd be talking along with us instead of at us.
Yeah, who's us?
By the way, you know who overwhelmingly commits crimes against white people? White people at almost identical rates, because crimes are carried out due to proximity. But we don't say white on white crime, do we? Blacks rob blacks, Latinos rob Latinos, Asians rob Asians, whites rob whites, and on and on and on. But we only hear about one, making it seem as if the community itself isn't concerned about crime, and nothing could be further from the truth. But the real flaw in this argument is the simple fact that when a black person commits a crime against another black person, or a white person against another white person, and so forth, that person faces justice, something that happens less than 1% of the time when the perpetrator is a cop. It's not just that police brutality exists, it's also there's little to no accountability for it.
Well, before he switched off, that was the end of that. But before he switched off, I looked that number up. Now, I think it's like around 3%. And this was like 7 years ago when he did it. When that film was made, that video was made, I think it was like more like 3% now. And it's extremely low that cops are getting brought to justice, even though we've seen some high profile cases. Okay. But to me, that's one issue that needs to be solved. And besides that, that's not where most of our people are dying, not by the hand of cops. They're not dying by the hands of cops the most. And if there's something that we could do on the lower levels, we should try to do it. And if they have, and we're going to talk about some in this video we're going to see here, we're going to see a couple of, at least one group that's trying to do something about it.
Victims and community leaders announced a new partnership to try to help stop gun violence in the city. It's a campaign called Boycott Black Murder. CBS 2's Christina Fan has the details.
Boycott Black Murder! Boycott Black Murder!
Victims of gun violence, the formerly incarcerated, and those just tired of the endless bloodshed gathered in front of the Barclays Center Saturday, coming together to launch a campaign called Boycott Black Murder.
The community is tired. We are emotionally drained. We experienced so much trauma over the years.
Alarmed by the rise.
So let me just stop it here. This is the reason why there are people who still, knowing that crime is crime, but there's people who still say we have specific needs in the black community that we should address at the grassroots level to stop, black folks from offing each other as best we can. Now, if the statistics across the country are down, then maybe some of these grassroots efforts are working, because it's certainly not what the government is doing, to tell you the truth. Not really, right? Because what are they doing? They would take more credit. If the government was actually doing something specific, it would be more credit. If you see guys like Brandon Johnson standing up there acting like everything is okay, because he's got some, I don't know, and he's the worst kind of black man, but that's just another story.
innocent children getting killed by guns. A coalition of community advocacy groups gathered to announce a new partnership between violence interrupters, elected officials, and families to saturate the most impacted communities and demand support from local businesses as well as social media platforms.
I want to utilize those relationships to advocate for this work, to promote this work. The same way you would promote a Wu-Tang Clan tour, we're going to promote Boycott Black Murders tour. We're going on a tour to each individual project.
According to the NYPD, there's been at least 1,262 shootings this year, with 1,517 victims. Public advocate Jumani Williams says the key to decreasing these statistics is by giving less funding to police and by giving more resources.
The whole defund the police thing is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. You don't need to stop policing. Maybe it's not the total solution, but you need police to cover the crimes. And other funding needs to be utilized better. So we could talk about that as a solution, but just giving money to people is not a solution either. I mean, that's why all our money is going to waste. It's got to be vetted organizations that actually show some results, not just throwing money at it. That's where fraud comes from.
To community advocacy groups that have been proven to work.
We cannot equate public safety simply with policing. Right. All we're asking is for the rest of the things that create public safety in communities to be funded and put in the infrastructure.
We're telling everybody that you have to give us the same platform. You got to give us the same vision, the same publications.
Those who serve time for gun violence say they are now leading the charge to solve it. At the Barclays Center, Christina Fan, CBS.
Continue in Detroit and across the country, a new topic of debate has been coming to the forefront.
Today at 5, we show.
All right, so this is another video, and this is the last one, where we're talking about, actually they're going to mention BLM in this thing, which is, if they have a wing that's doing something good, fine. But, I think they're really discredited. But anyway, so this is the last video in this little collection. And I just wanted to show the first guy talks about that there's a lot of community efforts going on. Second video, I just showed you an example of one, right? So people who do recognize that there is black on black crime that needs to be addressed, unique from everybody else. And so here's some more of that.
You how many are discussing black on black crime and the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, in part 2 of our conversation with community leaders, Mary Spruill shows us some of the solutions they hope can help solve the problem.
There are a lot of passionate opinions when it comes to this topic, and not everyone I talked to agreed on why this is happening, but they did say we do need a solution. 2020 rocked our country to the core. It revealed 3 large problems. The world is fighting a global pandemic. Hundreds of thousands of people died because of it. But the next 2 issues had been around for years, long before now. Racial injustice among African Americans and black on black crime. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. says a riot is the language of the unheard, and what is that America has failed to hear? Now the NAACP is marching on Washington once again. 57 years after the original march, still with the same mission, making sure their voices are never buried. Camilla Landrum, the executive director of Detroit NAACP, says this march is critical.
I love the energy of everyone that is willing to uplift their voices and to make sure that we are in a space where the moment does not die.
Now, some say black on black crime is also killing African Americans, but there's very little outcry. Local 4 obtained crime numbers for the city of Detroit starting last August to present day. Violent crimes like homicides are up 24% compared to 2019, but sex assaults, robberies, carjackings, all down from last year. Landrum says the lower numbers mean community outreach is working.
A lot of times the work that is being done within communities to address issues such as black on black crime, even though I don't really like that term, it doesn't get the highlight. It doesn't get the attention.
Dr. Rose Moulton is a licensed clinical psychologist and a racial healing specialist for an organization called New Detroit. We asked her what she thought could help end black on black crime. She sent this statement. It says, implement more accessible community programs to promote emotional and mental wellness and heal trauma. The traumatized mind is disconnected and oftentimes lacks empathy, which makes heinous acts more likely to occur.
Now,
go ahead. See, that I love what she said. We say black on black crime, but we don't never say black on black trauma, black on black brokenness, black on black financial disparity, black on black hunger, black on black trauma. We don't talk about the mental health of the black community.
Well, hold on for a second. All right, because again, we're putting this under this umbrella about black on black crime, but when you break it down, this is just another thing that needs to be talked about that should be able to help alleviate, or because it's never going to eliminate that problem where it's unique to the black community. So I was going to say that I hear what she says here, and I agree with what she said here. How do you implement this statement across a diaspora? Like if I was, I don't know what kind of organization she has. Is she sending out a whole bunch of counselors to talk to people? And where does she find them at? In the jails, community centers? Where does she have these state tax to find out the people's trauma?
And we have to also look at the back of the curtain with defunding the police. The reason that they talk about defunding the police is simply we have to dig to get the information. In most cities, including Dallas, and most cities, they get a lot of money, and they're buying military vehicles. They're buying all type of militant shit, and they're rolling down the street in military vehicles like they're in Afghanistan here. And so my thing is this: if you're spending all these millions and millions of dollars, and they come and say, "Hey, listen, we need to add another chapter to the police and the ambulance, and we need to have a chapter of people who deal with mental health patients," and they tell you they don't have the funds, you're going to have to get the funds from somewhere. So let's not buy these utility vehicles from the military this year and spend this $14 million on getting some mental health people in here to help people who have mental health issues.
Well, here's the thing, though, here's my own, the problem I have is that we have so many receipts that money that goes to these programs goes wasted, goes into fraud and stuff. I mean, because there's not a lot of checks and balances to verify that some of these programs are actually working. Right. So we have a lot of social programs already that are fully funded through these NGOs, non-government organizations. And we just finding out, unfortunately, through the Trump administration, how crooked they are. And as crooked as he is, low character and all that, he taints the fact that he's actually found some information that we should know, because the Democrats wasn't telling us how fraudulent these goddamn corporations are. So I'm just saying, so I hear this lady, we throw some money at it. How do you make it work? And I know.
And my last question, I'm gonna let you finish the video. My last question is a very important question. Very important question. How many, if you took every little boy and little girl or every grown man who is out here doing all these shootings and killing each other, if you were to sit them down separately in a room, I guarantee this, 89% of them have a mental illness. I guarantee you, from trauma, from seeing their mama from seeing violence against their mom, violence against their dad. How many sons can say, I walked outside and saw a man shoot my daddy down in the front yard, or I saw my mama get raped, or my mama get her ass beat, or I got my ass beat by a gang member, or I got stomped out, or I got hit in the face, right? And I want to say this. I know somebody, right? I'm gonna say this and let you cook. I know somebody that's got some real bad trauma, and he's a celebrity right now. The boxer. What is his name? The one that just beat Canelo?
Oh, Crawford.
Crawford has some very bad mental illness and trauma from his mom.
Oh yeah, man. She was a beast.
Yeah, she mentally disturbed him. Look how violent he is in the ring. Imagine if he didn't have boxing, he'd probably be on the street killing some people.
Well, you know what? It's true that you're right. I don't think you have to go far to say that most people who would hurt somebody else have some kind of mental deficiency.
Exactly.
But, just like I said, if a person who's homeless, if you're homeless, I mean really homeless, and you're on the street, by 2 weeks, your mind is halfway gone. Just being on the streets. I mean, you're on your way to mental illness as well. What kind of trauma? I mean, just because the survival instinct that most people don't have has to kick in. And you're going to find out that you're going to do shit that you wouldn't normally do. So I hear you. And I don't think that's a stretch if you had these conversations. Now, that could be part of what she tries to do. Talk to people, and see where their heads are at. So, yeah. But in the context of this whole live, isn't these are all small parts of reducing what we would call black on black crime for lack of a better name, right? Because we're looking at solving the issue in the black community, whether you want to call it black on black crime at all. It could be called something else. I mean, I don't even like being called a black American. But what else? I mean, we have to use the construct so we know who we're talking about.
But guess what? I've heard you say, and other black people on this panel say over the years, I'm not a black American, I'm American. So why has it got to be black on black crime instead of just crime? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. The fact is, as much as I want to say I'm just American, if I'm having a conversation with you and I want to be specific on what I'm talking about, I have to call myself a black American. So what I'm saying is I understand the angst and the ire against saying black on black crime. Now, I could agree with that. But sometimes to put it into context of the conversation on what you're trying to solve, you might just want to call it that. I want to solve crime in the black community is another way of saying it. I want to impact crime in the black community. And maybe that's the other way of saying it. I want to reduce crime in the in the black community as opposed to calling it black on black crime. I mean, those are the kind of things. So we got to make the context so we know what we're talking about. So when I say I want to decrease the crime rate, decrease all the things in the black community in terms of crime, I'm talking about the black community specifically, because I'm not talking about doing that in the white community. That's a job for somebody else. Or in the Hispanic community, or in the Asian community, they can set up their own coalitions to do that. So I think we have unique issues that we need to fix. And I think if we got some of those fixed, I think people will follow suit. And so I have a little bit of solutions. Anybody want to come up, give me solutions, and we can do that. So, I mean, I got one more video besides this one, but we could talk about it. So this video is pretty much over. Let me finish it. Of course. We got to end with this is the last. Of course, we got to.
Oh, that's the whole. Whoa! Don't be disrespectful. That's the great Marvin Winans.
I'm just trying to say we have. Of course, we got to end it with the religious part. Okay.
At the church. Come on, sing, boy.
Pastor Marvin Winans of Perfecting Church here in Detroit says the church has a role to play as well.
If you go back and look at John Lewis and Andrew Young and Jesse Jackson, you will find that there were reverends in front of all of their names, because the answer has to come out of the church.
Winans, a well-known gospel singer and preacher, says that answer is prayer, but prayer must be followed with action.
Are there political solutions? Are there laws that need to be passed? Oh, absolutely. Do I believe that there is systemic racism? Absolutely. And a lot of people saying we need to fix. No, we need to destroy, because it's not broke. When we see these things happening, it's not too far from our past.
There are several organizations that are taking on this fight. And for more information on how you can help, it's on our website. Click on Detroit.com. Reporting in Detroit, Larry Sproul, Local 4.
All right, so that's the end of that particular. All right, so listen, the church. I mean, the church is a mixed bag. I don't know if you're still there, BMU. I mean, because they've taken sides, and I think they've taken sides. The church, Black church in particular, has taken sides with, I believe, with part of the enemy.
Yeah, I think the church has. I think back in the day, the church was unbiased, and everybody had a place there. And I think now the church is real big. The pastors, the modern pastors, are real big on democratic push.
Right. You're going to have Al Sharpton talking about we can't do shit because they got their knee on our neck. Come on, man.
And guess what, Arpain? Anybody that challenge, and I've seen this, and I've been said this about Al Sharpton. Fuck him. He's an opportunist.
Yes.
And my thing is this about Al Sharpton. Anybody that tries to challenge him, they're ignorant, they're stupid, they're dumb, they don't know what they're talking about. You ain't no real black person. No. If you are a leader of black people, you should be able to see something from another generation of people that's going to be here when you dead. When that 20-year-old young man stood up and said he's not going to vote no more, as a leader of the black community, you should have sat down and had a conversation with the man instead of having security walk him out. That's crazy.
I mean, you know what, man? Al Sharpton's heyday, I think he did something here in New Jersey that, I mean, listen, it was a mixed bag, but this is how he made a living, by grifting. I think he was the one of the guys who shed light in New Jersey, the Turnpike, when they used to profile just black people on the Turnpike. He was big on that one. I believe he had a lot to do with that. And the other thing I give him credit for is when he got stabbed and they tried this, I think Jew or Italian guy tried to kill him. And from the hospital bed, he told everybody, listen, I don't want nobody fighting or riding in my name. And I thought that was a good thing he did. Other than that, he's a big fan. What's up, JT?
And if you need another video, what's going on with JT, man? If you need another video, Arpain, I have one that I would like you to, if you can, I have one that I would like you to look at for me and tell me what you think about this young black man speaking in Congress about the black situation.
Well, I mean, I can show. I mean, listen, I got one small video left.
No, yeah. I said when you're done.
Well, but you just put it in the back. I'll show.
Whoa!
You know what? I'm glad I don't have that coming up. Because if I had that coming up, man, I couldn't say any words, man. Golly. Put it in the back chat.
Yeah, there you go. That's better. God damn, that's terrible.
Put it in the back is wild.
JT, man, put it in the back for me. What, nigga? Almost logged off, nigga.
Reach around and put it in the back.
Put it in the back for me. What, nigga?
Oh, that's so funny.
Okay. I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
Put it in the back chat. What's up, JT? What you got, man?
What's happening, man?
So, I mean, we're talking, okay, so do you have a problem with the label black on black crime?
Because they're far more like.
Okay, my bad. It's ready whenever you're ready, though.
All right, cool.
No, I don't have a problem with the term black on black crime. However, the way that I look at black on black crime, we kind of give people an out when it comes down to deflection, because crime itself overall is one thing. We in the black community have a problem with assault and murder. We have a gun problem with our children shooting themselves and each other with guns. This is the problem we have. So when we say black on black crime, that's all the way down to petty crime, right? So that's why it does. But when we start focusing on that, then when we start saying that crime, this is why they go in and when they do stats and stuff, it's not broken down.
Right.
Now, my whole thing is that if we want to stop saying things like black on black crime and stuff they want other people to stop, then we can't be saying about spending black dollars. We can't be saying support black businesses. We can't delineate when we don't want to.
Yeah, I think the best thing in the world, JT, is not to tell nobody you black-owned business. I was listening to this lady that owned this shooting range. It's a very, beautiful place. They go shoot golf, and they got a shooting range on the other side. White people all there. And she said one day, a white man said, "Why are y'all here?" She was cleaning something up or fixing something. He was like, "This is not a place for y'all." And she said she just laughed it off and walked off. She said, "He don't know my family didn't own this for 40 years. You spending your white money with us and you don't even know this is black owned."
Right,
full of rich white people.
Yeah, I think that was a marketing mistake, man. For when black people
I agree.
And I hopefully start to understand that they need to stop that. It doesn't seem like it's catching on the way it should. But go ahead, JT.
Yeah, so we can't say that we don't have a problem when it comes down to us killing one another. No matter who's doing it more, you know what I'm saying, per capita, it's still bad for us. It's still bad. If that wasn't the case, then we wouldn't have to have a new era Detroit, new era Chicago, new era Philadelphia, new era Baltimore. We wouldn't have to have that. We wouldn't have to have a group called Guns Down. We wouldn't have to have groups that's telling Bloods and Crips and all of them to, call a truce. We wouldn't have to have that. We wouldn't have to be out here looking at these documentaries, because a lot of people don't see the documentaries. I have some that shows how bad it is with us as Black folks in America and our relationships with one another. So one of the things that a lot of people that'll bog everything down is when you have people actually talking about it in their families and in the communities that they live in. It'll change the game. It'll change the whole conversation. But if we're just looking at it and we're talking, and I'm in Detroit and I'm talking about somebody in California, it doesn't do anything for the people in Detroit if I don't say, listen, right here in the city that I'm close by, in the city that I'm from, we have a bad problem with it. And then someone else would say in Indiana, oh yeah, we have a problem with that. Columbus, Ohio, oh yeah, it's a big time problem. And it seems as if these places that are far away from each other, the people still have the same mindset if we're looking at it in that sense. So that's why I'm kind of like, what are we arguing about? That it's not bad, that we don't have a bad relationship with ourselves, that we're killing each other, and we're the only community that have music celebrating the degradation of us. You don't hear, and this music is number one. And it's been like this since the 90s.
I'm with you.
You know the solution though, JT?
What's that?
If you fix, and I said this to Arpain earlier, and I mean it, if you fix the mental problem, you fix the killing problem. Most of these people you just said something, JT, that was so profound. You said we're making music about our community, how down bad it is. That is a mental issue for people to celebrate themselves hurting someone or taking somebody else's life. Agreed. I'm telling you, I told Arpain, if you line these niggas up who commit all these crimes, I guarantee you 89% of them have mental illness from some type of trauma. They were born crazy. They got mental. I guarantee you all of them need some type of medication. I guarantee it, bro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying when it comes down to us having this conversation. That conversation would be way more conducive for us than white people kill each other too, and they kill each other more. It doesn't make any sense for that. Now, when you're talking to a person like myself, when I was just like, damn, just this weekend, they just had, and we talk about freeway shootings.
Yeah, you know what I want to also say? We were all witness to a human tragedy, and he didn't mean to do this, but JP showed us a family tragedy.
Yes. There we go. That's
family tragedy, man.
And look at now, he did. And look at now, I want to tell you now, notice this. I'm glad you said that. He showed us a family tragedy, what he went through as a child all the way up to an adult. Now look how he living right now.
Yes.
Look how he living right now. Imagine if JP were living in a home like I grew up in, like you grew up in, Arpain, or you, JT, with your father and your mom. He will be a completely different human being. But that trauma is so far up in him, he ain't got no help for it. He's stuck, y'all. He's stuck. He's mentally stuck. And if he don't get the help, that's why he's so violent. He want to kill. Right now, he said, I kill people. I shoot a motherfucker up. Right? Yeah. I got the gun in the back. You know why he like that? Because that's all he know. He's stuck, y'all. It's mental illness.
Yeah, but nobody's doubting what you're saying. But one of the things about it, I don't even know how to cure mental illness in terms of, because it's mostly environmental, right? It's what you've experienced.
Yeah, of course.
That's what shape you. And so that means there's so many layers. You could maybe solve it for the individual, but when you start looking at the masses, everybody got to their mental illness from different aspects of that environment. You know what I'm saying? My trauma, your trauma, there's no equivalency to trauma, but even though the results might look the same, the way we got there might be completely different.
It is. Absolutely.
You know, and so how do you solve that in mass? You know what I'm saying? So unless you hit the root of the issue that causes the traumas in the first place.
And that's a big task in itself, and it hasn't been touched since the 80s. Matter of fact, they got rid of thousands of mental hospitals, and they replaced those hospitals with other things.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and listen, and some of it, I'm thinking, when we talk about racism and we're talking about, and forget about party, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that one party is supposed to be our friend, but I think they're really a Trojan horse. These are the guys with the Trojan horse outside the gate with all the enemies inside of it, and we let them in freely. And they're just nefarious, and that's the liberals. Now, you know, at the end of them, the Republicans or the conservatives, are they the real racists? I mean, if we think white people are racist, that knows no political party, really. So when people don't need your vote, they tend to ignore you. We're starting to come into the point where both parties are starting to say, you know what? It's better if they vote for us as too. It's better if we get some of those votes in order to continue what we're doing. So that means they have to begin to cater to some of our needs, you know, and that's where we need to be, independently making people cater to some of our needs. Because even though we hate the system, people hate the system, it's still run the way it is as a Republican. If you don't vote, you don't really have a say. Even if it's just a mental say, whether you think your vote counts or not. If you cast a vote, you feel like you have skin in the game. If you don't cast a vote, how are you going to say you have skin in the game? And so legislation ain't going to fix everything, but some legislation can help. Like, for example, one of my things I'm going to end it here. One of the things I think is that if we had legislation that promoted, and I'm going to say it, family, marriage, you know, how do you do that? What kind of incentives do you need? And we already know it. Take away no-fault divorce. Fix the family court system. Incentivize men to say it's worth getting married again. You know, and without fear of divorce. You know, and then, like you said, I think you said this before, JT. I mean, if you're going to build a community, it's a community that has to be built by families.
Yeah.
With men in it. But we know the experiment with women in charge, shit's fucked up. I don't care how nobody said, the ball of boss babes out there, if you hear me, you guys have your 60 years at the helm, and shit's fucked up.
Yes, that's why I say it's, man, it's like every time we look at something that needs to be fixed, I think the reason why we keep dropping the ball is because we, as a whole, are not on the same plane with each other. We're not on the same. We even when you talk about something like politics, even if it comes down to, let's just talk about local politics, right?
Local politics, yes.
Most people don't even know what they're doing when it comes down to that, because they don't know what these jobs actually entail. They don't know what a commissioner actually do. They don't know what a lieutenant mayor or not a lieutenant mayor, a lieutenant governor actually do. They don't know what's the one up under the mayor, a deputy mayor.
A deputy, and the council people that they put in place.
They don't even know that they can be council. It's not hard for a person to be city council.
Right. And that's why I can't wait till you play this video.
Okay, I'm going to play this before I play mine. I'll play yours before I play mine. Let's just say this. Those are the people that impact the way we live almost directly.
Yes.
They impact your community.
The judges that be putting everybody away at a high rate, you vote them in. They don't know what what those judges are about, what district they're for, or
I mean, you know, every time you keep talking, everybody, there's extensions to, you know why black people get more hard labor than anybody else? Because of the provision that's left in the 13th Amendment that you could make a person who commits a crime back into a slave.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and Kamala Harris is guilty of that. In California, she extended people who should have got out of jail so she could get free labor out of the blacks that she kept in jail.
Absolutely.
Wow. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's so many extensions to why crime in our neighborhood is different than crime everywhere else. You know, because they could use that. Listen, remember the rapper? I remember to play BMU's thing because I got time now. But you know what? Remember that rapper that the 4 dudes assassinated down in Florida? I don't even name.
I was just about to talk about Julio.
Julio, whatever.
Julio,
When was the last time you seen the police do such a masterful job of putting away 4 people for a low life like they did for that dude?
You right.
And then they had that one guy talking about now that they got these young boys 18 up, they need that labor. You saw that guy, I think Anton put him on, talking about what he was going to have them as slaves.
Yeah,
they need that young. That's it. That's 100% why they need that power of putting young boys. 35 years for Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah,
35. Yeah, 18. He could work till he's 60 for free as a slave.
So this was the thing too, because it was this is how bad it was. The guy actually was speaking on their behalf because they were talking about the death penalty. So you either be a slave or die.
Well, which one would you choose, JT? What you? You know what? That just tells you how much we want to cling to life.
Yeah.
Because there's no way. I mean, it's easy for me to say right now. I said, just put me away, man. Just end it. You know.
Yeah.
But the guy was the light skinned guy that everybody was pining over. Was 18.
Yeah.
He got the rest of his life breaking rocks.
So now watch this. The guy that they killed, absolutely low life. But guess what he was? He was a rapper. And guess what he was doing? His songs was celebrating the death of the people that this was some real life stuff. Not only was he, and it was like people was loving that song, but he was laying on their grave while he was making a video. While he was talking about him, and people sitting here talking about some damn grunge and some other type of music. There ain't no other music that's more notorious towards us as black folks and then rap music. Quit playing with me.
Right.
They got a song called Who I Smoke. They play it in the club. Everybody shake their ass to it. And what it was doing was celebrating the death of real life young men. Slide. It's a song called Slide. We have the way that we talk about how we move. If you talk our pain and you say, I'm a slide up to you.
Yeah.
That does not mean I'm just gonna come over to your house and we about to have some goddamn, you know what I'm saying, some whiskey and smoke a cigar. That mean I'm about to smoke you. Right. They have a thing called smoking a pack, which means that the pack that they smoking is of the dead person. They're ops. This is what's crazy because it didn't just come out of nowhere. It came from my community, my generation.
Right.
A lot of them saying smoking a pack and they don't even know what that really means. And they use it all the time because it was before they were even born. It came from Tupac and his crew. What was it? Thug Life.
Right.
Tupac told them, when I die, I want y'all to smoke my ashes. He even put it in a song.
Wow.
Guess when he died, guess what happened? They was smoking his ashes. They put it in weed and they smoked his ashes. That's where it came from. And we got a generation that does this. It's not just them because guess what? They're intermixed with the 25 and 30-year-olds. So it's not just our teens. This is people that are grown that's intermixing with them.
So let me ask you a question on this, though. Did you see Hemp's thing today on part of this topic?
Yeah, I seen it.
All right. So, I mean, like the BMU was telling me about, he said it's just crime.
Yeah, Hamp says it's not black on black crime. It's just crime.
Yeah. So what do you think about that? Because I'm saying I think our situations. First, we need to acknowledge that our situation is more unique than everybody else.
It's not though. It's
well,
not.
hold on. I mean, the solutions to our issues are unique. We don't have the same issues as other communities.
But if I rob a bank and Billy rob a bank, we both rob a bank. Why am I more
You're right about the crime. But
that's why I said when you use crime. That's why I said when you use crime, our pain, let's talk about it for real, for what it is. The biggest problem we have with one another is assaulting one another and killing one another. That's what it is. That's why they keep saying that crime is crime. That's crazy to me. We're still affected. Words. Everything else people say that black folks, everything else people say the United States have a cold. That means that black folks have what? The flu. So how do we get that out of the way then? It does affect us. The whole thing is that, like I said, just look at your family. Most people in their family, the family is not together. And then again, also, Black Man, when you was talking and you pulled that stat about black families and white families, the household for the amount.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The thing is this: it's not delineated anymore from married. That's not a delineation. That's why it was so low. So when I looked it up, it went from 60 to 7,000 for black households. But then I also looked up and said, does that mean that they're married households? It said, no, not necessarily, which means they put it all in there now. They say a family now is 2 or more, whether they're giving birth or marriage. That makes a big difference. Because there's no way that a black family of black man and a black wife on an average is making $60,000 or $50,000 as a household. That's not right.
It's got to be a little bit more than that, right?
It's a lot more than that because most black folks are working. But the problem is that we don't have enough people married. A family now is the mama and her kids. That's why it's looking like that. That's the reason why those numbers look like that.
So and that's why, and again, this is a great conversation. That's why I wanted y'all to watch this video. Play the video, Arvin.
Yeah, we'll play the video. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Because they're far more likely to be unemployed as white workers at almost every education level. True or false?
That is true.
So do you just believe that black people are more lazy or aren't as good at applications? Why do you think that data is the way it is? If a random white person in this country and a random black person in this country go to get their home appraised, right? Why is it that the black person is much more likely to get a lower value on their home appraisal?
Because they live in a different neighborhood.
Okay, great. We'll get to that in a second because that's wrong. Black people in this country were enslaved for at least 240 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and after slavery ended, you had about 100 more years at least of Jim Crow and legal segregation, where government at the federal, state, and local level blocked black people from owning land, from getting bank loans, from living in certain neighborhoods, from attending certain schools. All of that happened too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you is simple. Name the year that the playing field became completely even. I want you to give me a date.
I mean, if you're looking at
for home loans, you brought, I think we talked about home loans and appraisals. For home loans, what year did it become equal?
Well, according to the DEI movement in 1991, when they imposed disparate impact.
So you're telling me today that if a black person goes and applies for a home loan, they have the same likelihood of getting accepted for that loan as a white person does?
If you're asking me a person that lives next door to another person, if one is white and one is black and they go both apply for a loan, do I expect different outcomes? No. And if there are, then it should be enforced under discrimination laws.
So you're talking about rules, I'm talking about outcomes. So let's play a game of true and false, and let's start with wealth disparities. The median net worth of a white household in this country is $285,000. The median net worth of a black household is about $45,000. True or false?
I don't know.
Okay, you came here as an expert today in a DEI hearing and you don't know that? Basic facts about wealth accumulation in this country? All right, let's go to the next one. For every $100 in wealth held by white families, black families hold about $15. True or false?
Again, I don't know those specific numbers.
Okay, well, I have data here. It's true. So we know that the answer here isn't just that black people believe in saving less than white people do, right? It's that government in this country has put set of folks in a better position to succeed than other people. And it was the law for a very, very long time. And it became ingrained in our institutions. Government was part of the problem. And so it has to now be part of the solution.
How y'all feel about that 225 and 45?
So that, again, when you're looking at us, when you're looking at it, family means mama and kids. Yes.
In the white community, I mean a whole family, father.
No,
whatever.
No, there are more of them that are married than it is us. Period. They're saying listen. If you said how, but listen what I'm saying. If you said household and you meant household as far as married people, those numbers won't look like that.
So you think married? So you think black couples bring in $225,000 a year?
No. I'm not ignoring that. All the things that he was saying, all those other disparities that he was saying, they were absolutely on point. However, the problem is not that, because if that was the case, then in the 60s and the 50s, we would not have been the model of great families then. We were the ones that were better. We were the ones that we were the resilient people. So yes, even though we didn't had all these adversities right over us, what it would show in 2026, Black Man, is that we have been resilient through all of those. And even though we still would be behind white people, we still would be better than what we are right now. Our households are terrible. They're mother-led households. It's been tearing us up ever since. That didn't have nothing to do with Jim Crow. That had everything to do with the mindset of us. It goes to what you just said. Mental illness is running rapid, and it's really running rapid through the black. Listen, I'm not trying to delineate that it's not an American problem. I know I'm one of the ones to say, no, I'm a fucking American, and everybody else that live here in America are Americans. But we have to have some type of delineation when it comes down to it.
Right. Listen, I like what he said. I'm gonna probably watch that again. In terms of, he's not. When he started talking about the numbers, BMU, I'm not so sure he was comparing apples to apples. When you say that the white family had $200,000, right? And what he said, the black, I kind of missed it.
40-something thousand. Come on, man.
I don't think he's comparing apples to apples, because I don't think white people have that much money, not in general.
Shit.
Now watch this. What is the average?
The average rank and file white person don't have the kind of money.
Yeah, the average one don't. This is the thing also.
But this video, hold on, but this is the stat that they put up on DJ Ham's show. They actually showed this and broke this shit down.
I hear you, but I'm not saying the stats were wrong. I'm just not sure he's comparing apples to apples.
And when you say apple to apple, what do you mean?
That he's comparing the white family to a disjointed black family. That's why that number is low. I think if a black man actually marries a black woman and they're both working, they're making more than $40,000.
Bro, they got the average.
The average black man on himself is like 50, and the average black woman is 48.
That's why I'm saying, how is that even possible when you're talking about black households? That don't even make any sense.
How many are average though? How many households are average?
What I'm saying is the average black woman alone is making 48, 49 grand, even with all the education. Maybe it might be 50 now. The average black man is 50, 51.
And
yes,
they actually got together. That's $100K.
Right, and then compared to what?
The white men might be higher. Yeah,
they're going to be higher. See, that's what I'm saying. They're going to be higher. Yes,
but to say that is 200 to 40, I think that's comparing apples, not comparing apples to apples. Because we don't. The point he's.
And what did he say? I don't know if you want to watch it again, but I'm trying to figure out what he said.
Let's watch it again.
That's fine.
Let's watch it again.
Are far more likely to be unemployed as white workers at almost every education level. True or false?
That is true.
So do you just believe that black people are more lazy, or aren't as good at applications, why do you think that data is the way it is? If a random white person in this country and a random black person in this country go to get their home appraised, right? Why is it that the black person is much more likely to get a lower value on their home appraisal?
Because they live in a different neighborhood?
Okay, great. We'll get to that in a second because that's wrong. Black people in this country were enslaved for at least 240 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and after slavery ended, you had about 100 more years at least of Jim Crow and legal segregation, where government at the federal, state, and local level blocked black people from owning land, from getting bank loans, from living in certain neighborhoods, from attending certain schools. All of that happened too, right?
Yes.
He admitted it. He said, yep. He admitted it.
Well, that's all true, though.
We blocked all you niggas back in the day from getting shit. Nigga, y'all weren't gonna get shit.
Yes, that is not only, it's a fact, bro. That's why they had the Fair Act. That's why they had the Fair Housing Act. This is why they even came up with the one of the reasons why they came up with a credit score. Yes.
Right.
Okay, so my question to you is simple. Name the year that the playing field became completely even. I want you to give me a date.
I mean, if you're looking at
for home loans, you brought. I think we talked about home loans and appraisals. For home loans, what year did it become equal?
Well, according to the DEI movement in 1991, when they imposed disparate impact.
So you're telling me today that if a black person goes and applies for a home loan, they have the same likelihood of getting accepted for that loan as a white person does?
If you're asking me a person that lives next door to another person, if one is white and one is black and they go both apply for a loan, do I expect different outcomes? No. And if there are, then it should be enforced under discrimination laws.
So you're talking about rules, I'm talking about outcomes. So let's play a game of true and false, and let's start with wealth disparities. The median net worth of a white household in this country is $285,000. The median net worth of a black household is about $45,000. True or false?
I don't know.
Okay, you came here as an expert today in a DEI hearing and you don't know?
Let's stop right there. That's where we would complain.
He said wealth. So he said the wealth.
Let's go back just a little bit.
Yeah, it's a wealth gap. Yeah, the net worth
of a black household is about $45,000. True or false?
I didn't go back far enough.
About rules, I'm talking about outcomes. So let's play a game of true and false, and let's start with wealth disparities. The median net worth of a white household in this country is $285,000. The median net worth of a black household is about $45,000. True or false?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. So what do when we define median net worth? I still say he's not comparing apples to apples.
No, he's not. He's not comparing apples to apples.
Hey, what's going on, Black?
Because now net worth is different than income. That's different. Net worth means what you're worth.
Hold on for a second, Black America. Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead, man. What you gonna say?
I just came up to say the reason why it's such a large disparity in that is just like BMU was saying. Yes, these white people, they own their property, bro. Black people don't own shit. So when it comes to the net worth, yes, we'll look at these people that got 3 teeth in their mouth, but they got a 10 acres that they live on, and they own it because it's been passed down from person to person, generation to generation. Facts. So that is actual wealth, right? That is actual worth something. And black people only, I want to say it's a very small percentage of the total of homes that are owned by black Americans, right? You got a house, I got a house, but if it's 10,000 other people that are renting, it don't matter what me and you have. You see, so that's why the disparity. Not saying that we don't make money, but we don't own shit.
Yeah, and I think, and you know what, Black America, good to see you too, brother. But you know, one of the things that I just said, that we just said, I looked it up on ChatGPT, R-Pain, so I want to perhaps have some clarity on what he meant by that. And so I just looked it up. ChatGPT says this. It says, in the key findings, it says, according to the Federal Reserve 2026, right? The analysis of the same underlying data estimate median wealth of roughly $45,000 for black households versus $284,000 for white households. Now, I want to keep going. He says, meaning the median black household has about 15 to 16 cents of wealth for every dollar held by the white household. And it says the reasons for this, right? It said economics is the reason for this. It says because just what Black America just said. He said it, and I'm reading it. It says the differences in home ownership versus leasing and or renting. The white people are at 73% home ownership. We're at 33%, guys.
Okay.
They own they shit. So differences in inheritance. Here we go. Now, this is what Black America was talking about too, being passed down from one person to another one. It says differences in inheritance. Inheritance plays a huge part in the gap between white wealth and Black wealth. It's intergenerational wealth passed down from one family to another family, generational wealth. We don't have that.
Yes, you're
so that's
absolutely correct.
So that's like 225 and 45.
Okay.
Yes. Well, this is also thing that you have to put in, and that's what I was saying, the net worth. The net worth of the average Black woman is anywhere from what? $200 to $1,000 net worth. The average net worth for a Black man is $3,000 to $10,000 net worth. So yes, you're correct in what you're saying. But
we get 15 cents for every dollar they get. That's crazy.
Yes. So when you talk about the net, but those were two different things: net worth and then household.
Right. You're right, JT. Yeah, we got to separate the two.
So I'm gonna say one last thing before I go into the mountains, guys. So that 33% BMU that you just looked up, what percentage around Black men and Black women combined are married BMU?
Oh shit! Let me look it up. Hold on. Y'all can keep talking. I'll look it up. And what you said, what percentage of those are married at 33%?
Yes. What percentage? So it's essentially about 36 to 37% of Black men and about 28 to 29% of Black women that are married. That brings us to about 33, 34%. So when you look at it, the percentage of our wealth for Black people as Black Americans are those married people. Now, Black women are buying houses more than anybody, but they're also unable to maintain those houses. Which means,
and you're right, because they're ranked number one in foreclosures.
Foreclosures. So they also get those houses taken away from them. So it's just, everything.
14% Black America, 14% are married.
Yes. So then you have the other, you have the other half of that, right? Because some people, like I told one of my partners, I say some people are going to luck up and slip through the gap. They ain't gonna let every nigga do bad, but some niggas are going. We got firefighters, we got football players, we got basketball players. So some niggas are going, me, a truck driver. Some niggas is gonna slip through and be able to do well and be able to overcome. And then the rest of them, that's where that 33% is from. So, but I'm going to be listening, y'all. I'm going to go through some mountains. I'll holler at y'all in a minute.
Appreciate you, dog.
Thanks for coming up, brother. Yeah, man. And listen, man. So it's all good. We're in dire straits. Here's my issue. Not no issue. Here's what I think. We got to start from somewhere. Right. And we're at, again, another start. Now, my whole thing is we have to identify where the cancer is in order to remove it and move forward. And sometimes it's going to take conversations that we don't want to have. That's what I think. Right? So it's going to take conversations we don't want to have. And some of the nomenclature that we use is going to be different. We just had a discussion on why we can't compare whatever solution we need to the solutions for white people, because we're not playing the same, we're not in the same playing field. So our solutions have to be unique to us. So we can at least be on a path to correcting something that they did to us in the past. We can't make them go back and fix it. It's not going to happen. We got to start saying, how do we start to begin to create those generational ties that lead to wealth? Maybe not our generation, maybe the next or the next after that. I know my daughter wanted to buy a house and she had a little bit of money. I said, what do you need a house for? You're not married. You don't have no family. right? You don't understand all the hidden costs for owning a home. And if you just want a home to flex, it's the stupidest thing you could do right now. Most men don't buy houses if they're just regular middle class dudes, because we buy houses to put a family in. If I'm not married, I'm gonna live a Spartan life. So women take that as a flex, that they're doing better than us because they load themselves up with apartments and houses they can't afford. Men think that shit's stupid in general.
Yeah.
You know
I was going to say, demographically, it would make sense to buy a house like in Michigan. It just makes way more sense to buy a house, not something that's super big or something like that. It's just because renting is way more expensive than it is to own a house.
It's gotta be place for place, but again,
Yeah.
if you have a strategy, I think if you have a strategy to do, when you compare all the expenses of a house,
Absolutely,
and
I get
and
that.
you had a strategy of renting and investing the other money that
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about putting maintenance and taxes and insurance, and you invested that. Now your money is fluid, as opposed to just tied up in equity of the house. So I just think that might be a regional thing, right? So I know in New Jersey that it wouldn't have been smart for my kids
Right.
to buy a house.
Right.
With, as opposed to, paying a few, $15,000, $16,000, $22,000, whatever for rent. And we invest the rest of your money that you don't have to worry about. Let me tell you why you don't have to worry about it. Because I worry about all that shit in the house that I'm in.
Right.
So I know what's going to come for you.
Yeah.
Property taxes, insurance, man, all that shit, man. Maintenance, one thing after another, right? I got to put a new boiler in, man. Those are the shit that most women don't think about.
Yeah.
I'll be prepared to do that. So, but they don't think about that. They just think in the house, and then they come on social media and wag their Johnsons like they did something,
Yeah.
We got unique issues that lead to where we are, and crime is just one of them. And to solve it, we got to look internally to say what's unique to us. And even if it's not unique to us, but the solutions might be.
I think that a lot of things that we have a problem with, one of the things is investing, right? The ones that do have the money to maintain, they choose to take their money and pretty much fuck it off instead of the type of investments that they need to put in. A lot of people will, and a lot of times it comes from just not knowing, right? And I'm not talking about some high risk investment, because I understand you got to know what you're doing when you're doing stuff like that. But we're just talking about investments when it comes down to retirement investments, things like that. Even when it comes down to medical care. You know how many people that are so-called entrepreneurs that don't even have medical expenses, and they're steady getting older and they're steady getting sick? Medical expenses are very expensive.
Oh, no doubt.
And they don't even do that. When you talk about life insurance, it's not a lot of people that have life insurance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this is the craziest part. This is why I don't like the black and white comparison, because there's a gang of white people that don't do that. They do this. It's an American thing. It's not just a white thing or a black thing. You got Americans that just want to throw their fucking money away. Now, when you do the comparisons, of course, we just showed an illustration of why it was. I mean, we can't even get past that part of it. But when it comes down to us dealing with one another, I don't know why we don't want to deal with that problem right there. It's a big problem. And I'm going to tell you, the biggest problem that we have is parenting. The biggest problem is that we have not parented. The majority of us don't parent our kids together. We do it separately. So guess what? It for one, they grow up being confused.
Yeah.
So
mixed messages.
You got mixed messages. Nobody is on one accord. You got all kind of shit that's going on with that. Education is not even the same thing anymore. It's already been shown.
Look at it.
Yeah, that's a person right there that need a mama and a daddy. They don't have a mama or a daddy. They're the ones I'm talking about.
Dumbass.
So it's not going to get any better, for one, if we don't look within our family. There's no way that we're going to get past that. There's no way.
Let me address this one. Liberty Watcher says, why aren't Black so-called leaders urging people to save more and to do more, to do other things to emulate the Asians and others and save investment properties? I'm going to, JT, we're going to tag team him here. Pause.
Yeah.
Brother, listen to me. The Asians, they come here and just get unlimited money. Second of all, they all work. So second of all, they get opportunities that we would never get. And what we're trying to save is pocket change for them.
Absolutely.
They came in and hijacked Black culture, and now they're selling us our hair products, the weave, the wigs, the eyelashes. They came in and they took the market over. Black people, I ain't never seen. JT, have you seen a Black store in Detroit that sell weave?
No, we don't have one.
Okay, but when you say hijack, all right. So, what's the genesis? I mean, when he says
profit, I'm just saying they profit on our insecurities.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But here's the thing, right? One of the things that I think, and I agree with all the things you just said, but it's like we get caught with our pants down. Because when we start seeing now, I know they have collectives and all that stuff where they can get supplies wholesale, and we don't have those access. But we could have created those kind of access points that if I wanted to have a store, I get together with some other stores and we could buy products cheaper, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, so the Black women, they know they need to have their hair done, their nails. There's some Black salons now. They got the so-called boycott. Some of those are benefited from that. But we just missed an opportunity to have ownership on something we actually need, right? Right. So the Asians come in, they set it up. We don't see how they cook the cow to set it up. So they have these stores. Black women just go to those salons and they don't think nothing of it. I like the weave, I like the nails, I like this. And they didn't even think about, hey man, how come the sisters in the community are not doing this? Or the sisters are doing it, but the service is so bad.
Yeah. So
now, Arpane, let me tell you something. I don't know if you've seen the documentary Hair. I encourage you to go watch it. Do you know how hard it is for Black people to get a license to sell hair?
No. They're not gonna. But even if they have the license, it's not gonna happen because of where this is great. It's how. For one, it comes. The stuff comes from overseas, right? So more of a black market. It's more of a black market type of a thing, right? So this is the problem. They only want us to be the consumers of what they're doing, because we've had businesses that says, listen, because we got all the salons and stuff. We got all that, you know what I'm saying? So all the salons, they need somewhere to get their hair care products, right? So they would try to look for the place where you get the wholesales at. There are very few of those that they have. That's why getting your hair done is very expensive now. And so when they tried to do it, what happened was the agents blocked them. Hell no. I can get it for you and then you can pay me, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to let you get to go past me and go past and go to the plug. Now y'all ain't going to use us. This is the thing. We have Black skincare. We have Black hair care companies. We have all kind of companies that deals with that. The only way that they got us, Arpane, is through the weave.
Yeah, the weave.
Everything else, we support one another. Look, my brother, Jeff Brown. Jeff Brown has a skincare company, and there are more people that have more skincare companies. That's not the problem. The problem is what we spend our money on.
Right.
With men, we're not going all the way to the goddamn the Asians to get our beard and our haircut. We going to the barbershops where the Black man is. We getting our skin care, and a lot of men don't use a whole bunch of skin care. Give us some lotion or whatever it is, and we good. However, it is a $1 trillion industry, and one part of that industry, which is a huge part in the Black community that we don't even own, we're the bigger consumers, and that's our women on that nasty ass weave.
Well,
you knock that shit out there, those motherfuckers gonna have to move.
Well, see, here's my thing, right? So, in the sense of Black women sending all that money overseas, they're essentially, counterproductive. They're like the opposite. They have to. Their psychosis is so strong because some of them are spending thousands of dollars on these weaves, lot of money, and what's their contribution to the Black community other than to try to sacrifice some of that to bring some of that home? But they're not going to do it, not for the Black community. You're right. The community don't mean. How do I feel? How does this shit make me feel? That's women stuff, right? They need attention. That's why they need the ways in the first place. They need accolades. That's why they will buy a house they can't afford. And then they need affirmations. I always come back. So, the solutions we have, has to go beyond what women feel like in the time, because we got to convince them to do shit that they don't make them feel good in order to get some shit done. If they had to choose, it's always how I feel better than anything else. But that's another story.
Yeah, if I had to,
that's another story. Another story.
So if I had to tell a young person, this is my thing. In order for us to change what is going on with our people, first and foremost, we got to also understand that it is a problem. Just like you said, and shout out to Hemp, and this might be risky, but you had the brothers up there talking about some focus on Black excellence. That's not doing nothing. There's no problem there. So what are we talking about if there's no problem? We use the Black excellence to inspire other Black folks. So that's not, of course, we've already been trying to do that, but then we don't even know what the hell Black excellence is.
Well, but even the term Black excellence, right?
There you go. I know where you want to go.
Right? Even the term Black excellence, there's people who, like BMU said, some people have mental issues, some people got other issues. They automatically think they're excluded from anything that says excellence.
Yes.
Right?
But even using Black excellence is still like, now we can use Black everything, but we can't say Black on Black crime. It's crazy to me.
Yeah. What does Black excellence mean? You're talking about why not just excellence? You know what I'm saying?
Right, why not just excellence?
All I'm just saying is, but let me tell you, and I do understand where they're coming from, but because when you say Black on Black crime, it sounds completely negative.
Yes.
If you just leave it there. The real conversation is when we mention Black on Black crime, the real second thing to that is, I think there's unique things that we need to do to lower our crime rate in a across the board fashion that doesn't exist or is not the same for white on white crime, Hispanic on Hispanic, or Asian on Asian, especially Asian on Asian. We got unique shit in our community that we got to deal with that leads to crime.
Yes.
So it's not all one size fits all. And I know Hemp was trying to do it, and Hemp being the guy he is, he could probably spin a yarn that makes it sound good. I don't want to say spin a yarn. His logic will make it sound like that's the answer, but not always. Not always. So, because I'm not really disagreeing with that. Disagreeing with him. I'm sorry I missed that show. So anyway, but here I got this thing. Let's talk about solutions. I want to play this next video where this guy starts to talk about solutions, and after the video, which is short, we can start talking about solutions. Hey, what's going on, Scam? So what's
I just got here.
All right. So listen to it. We talking about Black on Black crime, whether you agree with the term or not. I'm gonna play this video where the guy starts to talk about what he thinks the solutions are, what's not being done. And so we could have a conversation after that. Let me get this started.
It's not a mystery. We solved this a long time ago. The reason it won't stop is that too many people need it hidden, us included. Last video, I showed you how Black ghetto culture became the loudest voice in Black culture. How the hood went from a place people were trying to leave to a badge people wear with pride. If you didn't see that one, go watch it after this. But today, I'm answering a harder question. Not where the violence came from, but why it won't stop. And the answer is going to make some of you mad, and that's fine. Stay with me anyway. Here's what I think is really going on. In any normal society, bad behavior stops because something corrects it. Somebody steps in and says no. A parent checks you. A school disciplines you. The police respond. Your next door neighbor says, no, we don't do that around here. And the truth gets told so people can see what's happening and how to react to it. That's how it works. Behavior gets corrected or it gets worse. My thought is simple. In a lot of Black America, every one of those corrections got switched off. One at a time. Some got switched off by other people, and some we switched off ourselves. Now let me walk you through it one by one. The first person who's supposed to correct a kid is his father. Starting back in the 60s, Black fathers started leaving the home in huge numbers, and they never really came back.
Too many fathers are also missing. Too many fathers are MIA. Too many fathers are AWOL. Missing from too many lives and too many homes.
If your camera ain't on, you ain't coming up here.
They've abandoned their responsibilities.
There you go.
They're acting like boys instead of men. And the foundations of our family have suffered because of it. You and I know this is true everywhere, but nowhere is it more true than in the African American community. We know that more than half of all Black children live in single-parent households. Half, a number that's doubled since we were children. We know the statistics that children who grow up without a father are 5 times more likely to live in poverty and commit crime.
You did
9 times more likely to drop out of school.
You
20
didn't.
times more likely to end up in prison.
You didn't.
They're more likely to have behavioral problems.
You
run
didn't.
away from home.
We're going to stop it
become
out.
teen parents because the father wasn't in the home. The foundations of our community and our country are weaker because of this.
I'm not going to sit.
Yeah, before he goes on and says what he has to say, I'm going to give everybody a chance to speak. You now, in retrospect, right, we can see how disingenuous fucking Barack Obama was.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Right. He
Absolutely.
just sat and said all of this shit up there when he had the power to change everything.
And he rather, yep. And what did he pass? What did he pass? What did he pass, Arpain? You know it. Talk about it.
Even if he was up at the bully pulpit, he didn't come out with something saying, listen, I want to put an incentive out there for us to bring that family back together. And here's some of the programs I'm going to do. Here's how I'm going to do it. So, and, you know, I'm not even going to say that he was disingenuous by trying to just put it all on the men.
Yes, females are welcome, but you got to have your camera on, sweetheart. If you want to come up, you got to have the camera on. We got to be able to see you. There's too much rinky-dink going on.
So even though he was waiting, so I don't have, so there's more than just the men being deadbeats. I don't like that. But even if that was, he had the bully pulpit to do something with it, and he didn't do anything.
Exactly.
And so even though his words are not necessarily wrong, they weren't the complete story. And if it's a guy like you, if I can't look to you to help us solve that problem, who am I looking to?
Right. He wanted to paint the White House in rainbow colors instead of helping the colored.
You know, so I don't know, guys. On this point, you guys, if you have anything to say, let's just stop here and you'll chime in. Scam, you knew it.
Barack Obama went. The Obamas was not shit. Anissa love them. She in the chat. Obamas was not shit. They ain't do shit. They ain't shit. They wasn't about shit. They ain't past shit.
And my internet still won't work right.
And they full of
Mr. Black Man just said.
JT, how you feel about the Obamas? You need 5 seconds?
No, I don't need them for 5 seconds. They bamboozled the black folks.
There you go. Shit, Arpain, get your 5 seconds, Arpain.
Say what?
Get your 5 seconds. What did they do for us?
Listen, we're talking about it because I'm so dissatisfied. That's why I put it to everybody else, man. I don't even want to say anything. I'm so disenchanted that I was so duped by this asshole that I'm mad. I'm still mad. Because I voted for Barack Obama twice. You know?
Yeah.
Hey, Arpain, what was it? that you thought that they were going to do?
Listen, you can't.
You thought he was going to just show up and be black and everything was going to be all right?
No,
no. I mean, the historical context for me, right? As old as I am, to see a black man actually become president was like a water fucking shed moment for me. But when he became president, I was 50 something. I thought I would never see that in my life. So I thought, and he was speaking eloquently, this and that. I didn't know that he was just a part of the body politic, that he wasn't going to do. Listen, I don't believe that the politics from the president is going to do something specific just for black people, but something to raise all boats. But when you get behind the bully pulpit and identify a specific issue in the black community, and you don't have a policy or something that eases that pain or puts it on the right track, then fuck you, man. You have the power. Let me tell you, when you have the power, I don't know if he was going to be successful or not, but don't come back and start vilifying farmers and don't have a policy or a suggestion that could make it right, that could make it better, whether it worked or not.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, okay, you said something about solutions. And they come out the single fathers, blame. The single mothers, blame. The president, blame. Where's the actual, this is the behavior? And then, of course, throw some neighbors and whatever, and they're going to correct something. If something was being corrected, it would be correct, right? It wouldn't be what it is.
No, listen.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, a bunch of nothing.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from on this one, right? The president of the United States, I think he might have been president then when he did that speech. When you have power, right, I expect you to be able to will something, right? That's the point. He ain't just a regular Joe just speaking on the podium. He identified an issue. If I'm a president and I identify an issue that impacts the people that I govern, I would expect to somehow, before that speech is over, to have some solutions or some suggestions of a solution that might make it better. It may work, may not. In my whole working life, I can tell you this. I never went into my boss with a problem that I didn't have a solution or a suggestion of a solution that I could fix. Right? And then I didn't let nobody come to me either and just lay their fucking
I'll be right back
on my shoulder. I used to say, hey, listen, I hear what you're saying, but what do you think we need to do to fix it? Whether it was the right solution or not, I wanted to hear whether they were thinking about just a problem or thinking about how to put some things in place to fix it. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying. Oh,
you scam. You're a Borg again. You're a Borg again.
My audio sounds bad.
Yeah, but you're frozen.
And you froze too.
Am I still frozen?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You gotta say what you gotta say, man.
Can y'all hear me clear?
Yeah,
I can hear you clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a struggle. Just won't do right. But if the presidents of how can I say it? When somebody on a basketball court is 0 for 56 from the field, you don't give them the ball to shoot the game-winning shot. Presidents are 0 for 47 or something. It never was about some kind of, we're going to save America, we're going to save the black man, and we're going to stop something. It never was, it never will be. So when you expected this president, when you expect a president to do something, that's an expectation problem. They've always been what they are, politicians, and they won't stop.
But guess what, Scam? I know the difference. Arpain, hold on real quick. I promise I'll get back to you. I know the difference.
And what?
I know the difference. The president that you have now is different.
Really?
Oh, let me tell you how. Let me tell you what he did for his people.
Okay.
The January the 6th people, all of them out of jail, and now all of them can go get money. They can file a paperwork to get money to get reimbursed for what the time they was in jail. The government will pay them. So you see what I'm saying? He took care of his people. Obama
You're proving my point.
Obama did nothing.
You're proving my point.
Let's not.
There's a problem. Violence, people acting chaotic and doing whatever. One president did nothing in 2012, 2016, 2020, and 2024, and now another president does nothing.
No, listen, I disagree with you 100%. Now,
but we're going to act like Trump done saved everybody. Okay.
Well, no, he didn't save them.
He didn't did something.
My bad, I mean to interrupt you, but he didn't save nobody. He looked out for the bad. He looked out for his people. I'm telling you, he looked out for his people.
But BMU, they ain't getting no money.
So inciting more violence, that fixed everything.
No, I'm not encouraging it. I'm saying he looked out for his people. Why didn't Obama say, well, you know what? I'm going to make it.
They don't have any people. What are you talking about?
Come on now.
All right, well, stop for a second. We got a young lady just came up to Lutu. Tutsi.
Hey.
No, fine. How you gentlemen doing this evening?
All right.
Okay. I tend to scan through my YouTube, and I'm linked to I follow a lot of social media, and I think I've listened to you gentlemen a couple of times on a few topics. I think the last time it really got heated. So. I don't know where it ended, but
we yell and scream at each other all the time. But we try to keep it civil today.
Yeah, well, no, I understand.
So what you got on the topic?
Well, I think the gentleman was speaking. I think you gentlemen are honest in your feelings, and I think a lot of you speak truth as to what our expectations is of a president, especially a president that represents us. We know that he has to look out for, the people of the U.S., but it's clear that we've been disenfranchised, and that's, and that's a given. My thing is, on all these social medias, all these platforms, everybody's having the discussion. The question is, like, where do we go from here? Like, where, either nationwide, or do we start from state to state, city by city? We have to recognize something other than NAACP, because I believe that they haven't represented us as well either. If we look back on the history, we are now more exposed to a lot of information, right? Because when I was coming up, the NAACP, and I'm not going to discredit their work, but I don't think that they have benefited us as well. A lot of things are changing. My understanding that the NAACP was created, and correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't created solely by African Americans. It was created
Jews.
By the Jews,
Absolutely.
or the so-called Jews.
They still run it now. And they still run it now. But
yeah,
I'm hearing you. We keep going. I mean, before you land it, go ahead. You got some more?
No, I'm just here making comments. I thought it was a really good topic, and my question is that I present to every platform, whether I go live or whether I'm in my little comments, is where do we go from here? Because that's going to be most important, right? Because a lot of us are outraged. We can talk about black on black crime. We can talk about many things, but where are we, right? Because no, we don't have any so-called leaders. Everybody's kind of selling out. You know what I mean? We're starting to look at things that Oprah's doing. I don't want to discredit the people who have, so quote unquote, who has made it thus far, financially, right? Our financial icons, so to speak, and I don't want to totally discredit them, but the question is, what would you do, and do you expect other folks to be the same if you're in that financial wealth gap? You know what I mean? Of the wealthy, what are you going to do to give back, right? I'm seeing them dissing LeBron James, and I'm thinking, talking about his basketball career, and I'm thinking, wow, this brother has a lot of accolades. What he's done to his, for his community, he's giving back openly. We see that, but now everybody's like totally discrediting him as an athlete, and that much, but it's just, I find it. I don't like it, but where do we go? Do we establish, we got the Black Panthers, they're strong in Texas. I can't think of the sister's name out there, the advocate. I don't know if y'all know her or not, because she wore the cowboy hat, and, I can't think of her name right now, but I know she started with, dealing with landlords, slumlords and stuff like that, making sure people have, livable habitats and stuff like that. But the sister is a part of the Black Panthers, and I know they're strong in Houston, which is surprising for me because I'm from Cali.
So let me ask you a question before we get into that. where do you think we should go from here? You have to go through all of it. What would be one of your ideas on, specifically on?
I think that in my ideal mind, I don't know how real this could be. We have a census, and I think that we should establish our own type of census. And I think that I don't know how real that is, and I don't know who would be in charge of it. Right?
For the
purpose of one to well, I thought, okay, I'll start here without being too confusing. I thought about it in terms of reparations. Right? I thought about that we should have some type of ballot or some type of census to say, who you are, what generation, what are out of these 10 or 20, so eventually we have to have a panel that creates the choices, right? Okay. What do we want with reparations, right? So we list them all and you check and see, and somehow we come up with some type of democracy of how we agree on what are the main 5, 10 or whatever, you know what I mean? Because now we got all these different states, which I don't think it should be on the highest level, Supreme Court, right? But we got all these other states that are just issuing out, and don't quote me because I think there was 1 or 2 that started the process, and in some states, Black folks are getting paid, right? But it's not the same across the board. And it's like, how do we narrow it down? How do we? Because everybody has a platform, everybody's talking, everybody has an opinion, but as Black folks, I think we need to have something tangible.
Let me
where we can.
How you're going? I know where you're going with this. So excuse me for cutting in on you.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm. So you believe that reparations is one of the solutions for us? Yes or no?
I don't know if I think it could be a part of it, but it's not the sole. No, I think we have to go.
One of the solutions for it.
I think it's one of the solutions. Yeah.
Okay, let me tie that back to why we're here. We're talking about, and maybe you don't like this term, black on black crime.
Okay. It's real.
Okay. It's real. Some people don't like the term. Mm-hmm. Do you think that we got, so since you've mentioned reparations, and I'm not going to go there because I want to finish this video we have up. Do you think if we got reparations, that would make that so-called issue that we have with black on black crime diminish or go away?
Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that my reality says to each his own, and every household will be responsible for itself. But when we talk about community and getting together, there's just so many things going on, so many factors. If you go to church, whether it's a Christian, Baptist, a mosque, or whatever, what are the plans to help rid this black on black crime? Like, what are we doing for our future youth? Right.
So let me stop you right there, because I have a video where this guy actually says he has some solutions that could become talking points. So if you stick around, I'm gonna play that a little bit more, and everybody can come on that. So keep where you are. Let me put this up here, add them to the stage, and let's go ahead and hear them.
Here and pretend that that's the whole story, because it's not. But think about what it does. A little boy with no father in the house still needs to learn what a man is. So he looks somewhere else. He looks towards the street, and the street doesn't correct you. The street rewards the exact behavior a father would have checked. That's switch number 1. When that boy acts up, the next thing that's supposed to correct him is the school. That got switched off too. Here's how. Schools looked at the numbers and saw black kids getting suspended more than everybody else. So they got rid of the suspensions. Now sit with that logic there for a second. The behavior was the problem, but they treated the punishment as if it were the problem. They didn't ask why the kids were acting up. They just made the consequence disappear.
It's called restorative discipline. The idea is to use relationships to deal with the root issues behind bad behavior at school instead of sending students home. For instance, I talked with a teacher who allows students to write down anything they want her to know each day. If a student starts acting up, she can go to those notes to find out what may be bothering them before determining if a student needs disciplining. I also spoke with administrators and researchers who say when you stop using suspensions for behavior that doesn't require it automatically, it cuts down on bias towards students of color.
So now you've got a kid who learns he can get away with anything. And I mean anything. He acts up and nothing happens to him. That's not kindness. That's training. You're training them to expect no consequences. And then we act surprised when he expects the same thing out in the world. That's switch number 2.
Well, let me just stop on switch number 2 for a second so we could talk about it. So what do you think about what he said there about schools? And it happened across the board, right? We had, what's that called? What kind of promotion that was called? You just kind of just move people forward.
No kid left behind.
Right? No kid left behind. And
that was a joke.
And something, all I'm just trying to say is that, he's saying, essentially, he's saying a couple things about the father in the home, which is part of the solution. However, the father got out of the home, that's a whole conversation we could have. But we know that there's a lot of homes that don't have no fathers in it. We could talk about why in a different thing. All we know is that the result is a bad one. Okay. So now we had the school, which was his second point, where, there's no discipline. Instead of disciplining them, you're giving kids a pass. Now, all you got to do in 2026 is start seeing some of the inner city schools, not just inner city schools, but most schools, public schools. They're in the shambles. A lot of them are. They got better ones depending on the tax base in your city. You got a good city. If you got a good neighborhood you live in, the tax base is higher. Those high schools tend to be a little bit better. But if you live in some place where the money is tight, those schools are a shambles. Right. So and we know the kids are not getting the kind of education they need to or discipline. So that's what he's talking about. So anybody have any comment on that?
Yeah, let me say this.
He's telling you the same bullshit that you already buying, if you hadn't noticed.
Okay. Yeah,
he's teaching. Okay, yeah, it's nothing but an ongoing cycle. He's selling the bullshit, and it goes in the same circle. It's the schools, it's the fathers, consequences, schools, fathers, sisters. It's the same thing. Next thing you know, he's going to run for office. You're going to vote for him. 3 years later, you're mad because he ain't do nothing.
No, this is scam.
Same thing.
No, but before you get ahead of me, all right? So you don't think the fathers in the household have any kind of impact on the way kids are raised? Yes,
I mean,
they should.
No, I'm asking you, yes or no?
I think the father does. I mean, regardless.
I know it's just, I want him to answer. This is for him.
Okay.
Okay, educate me, Scam. How's a father?
I'm trying to follow along. Like whatever R-Pain said, I hear you talking, and then R-Pain will just be frozen. Were you just speaking, R-Pain?
Yeah.
He meant that.
Yeah.
Let Tussie, she can answer it.
No, I missed the question. No, my apology. My internet's giving me hell.
Yeah, I'm saying you said that, you kind of, in your scam likely way, you don't think that fathers being present has an impact on the way the community grows and goes? Yes or no?
Yes. But what good is it is another person grabbing the mic and saying, hey, there's a problem. Fathers in the households. If we get them fathers, we hear that every hour on the hour. It's going to say the same thing. Fathers in the households.
Okay. Oh, so wait a minute. So this guy, so the solution is, right, one, unfortunately, you have to step on the same what the problem is to get to whatever solution is. What you're saying is
if he's talking, I can't hear him. It's my internet.
Yeah, man, your internet sucks.
I can see her, and it freezes person by person.
You freezing my shit on purpose. You don't want to hear what I got to say.
Yeah, JT's not frozen, but the other two are.
Go ahead. Listen, what do you have to say? What's that? Lutu? How do you pronounce that? Lutu?
That's my nickname. That's my nickname, Lutu Tootsie. I think it's important, and like this gentleman said, we know, in every language we know, every culture we know what's happening. I think a male role is extremely important, right? I think children who come in this world born understands the discernment of the male and of the father and his role in the house in the household. You know, without question, we can go. Like I said, it's been like the gentleman said, it's been spoken before and before, again and again. You know, when as me as a female in the household, when I'm talking to a child versus a male talking to a child, the male is going to get more respect, regardless of my tone, right? Regardless of what I say, I mean what I say is different when the male speaks. So the male role is important, but then that's, you know, and that's why I say, where do we go from here? Do we start in churches? Do we for those who are committed, I mean, solely committed to doing the work, regardless, even when you're dealing with the most difficult child, right? The most difficult child has an opportunity to change, right? And so we come up with these ideas and how we're going to do resolution, but when the shit hit the fan, so to speak, oh, I'm tired. This child is too I don't want to do this no more, you know, but we have to understand what we're up against, right? And so, yeah, we can talk about it, but I am really about being proactive. And I don't know how to start it. Somebody said, oh, yeah, you do what? Well, won't you? I remember making that comment. Somebody, won't you do something? I was like, yeah, if I had the money, the resources, yes, I will. I don't know anything about grants. I don't know who do we talk to get stuff going. I think that ideally, may not be realistic, but ideally, if we seriously start thinking about some type of recovery program that it don't have to be government funded. You know what I mean? Because I think government funded means that they have say so and they control.
Before you go down there, you say recovery program. You know
recovery.
Wait, hold on. You know what the biggest recovery program would be for men back in the house? Marriage, family.
But again, yes. But so here's the thing. Ooh, like, you know, this internet and social media has got people that lost their mind, right? So when we're talking to people, you know, if we're gonna be like Jehovah Witness with a recovery program, whatever you want to call it, and you come into somebody's household, then how do you establish some type of curriculum or some type of guidance when you in the household of different religions, right? Or somebody doesn't understand the sanctity of.
You say you can't, but before we go too far down the rabbit hole, just hold some of that thought. I want JT to get in here because I want to finish some more of that video. What do you have on this part of it? What he's just said.
So when we're talking about how to educate a child, first and foremost, it's kind of like baking a cake or something, right? You need all elements. Mm-hmm. You need all the ingredients. If you miss an ingredient, it's going to be irregular. Mm-hmm. So this is the thing. Of course, the father is a major component. Also, the mother is a major component. Also, the teachers are a major component. The thing is that you have to have all parts working at the same time, synonymously. Mm-hmm. The problem we have is that they're not working synonymously. Mm-hmm. First reason is because the biggest reason is because you don't have fathers and mothers working together. It's already going to be too much pressure on the teacher as it stands. Mm-hmm. So when we're talking about this thing of fortifying our children, we can't get around family. We can't get around mother and father being synonymous. So the first problem that we will have to correct is the relationship between women and men. Right. Nothing else. Mm-hmm. If you don't get that corrected, everything else is going to fall because that's the foundation. And we already know that with a flimsy foundation, the house will eventually fall. Mm-hmm. And that's what's happening right now. Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna add one more thing and I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish our pain.
Good.
I just came from a family reunion.
Oh, good.
And I see the struggle with Black folks through my family reunion. In the family reunion, we have folks that steady trying to do the things that our ancestors were doing for our family reunion, right? but we see the younger generation they're not really interested. Now they're interested in when it comes down to dancing and partying and doing those things.
Mm-hmm.
What I came up in my head was we need to reevaluate how family reunions in 2026 and moving forward are and how they were before. And then we need to change. One of the things that we need to change in family reunions is, first and foremost, we should not lead with partying. The first thing we need to do is be able to fortify our people by letting them know what their history is.
I agree.
Who they are, where they come from, those things we need to do. We need to get that together so we can bring people more. It felt good to see my family, people coming from all over, but it did nothing to the Black community when my family goes back to their corners and everybody just do what they were doing, right? And that's being separate with one another. I've seen so many issues just through my family where I said, yeah, people don't know who they are anymore and they don't care who they are. We can't even expect them to care because we haven't put that in the forefront. So that's what I'm saying. All of it has to work. If not, all you got is a bunch of ingredients. That's it. You're not going to have them working synonymous with each other so we can build and fortify the Black community. You can't get around Black family.
There you go. I agree with that. All right. Let's go. Let's hear what he says for his part 3 here. All right. Let's go.
All right. That's no correction at home, no correction at school. The last line is the police. Now, I want to be careful here because this is where people lose their minds. So I'm not going to give you a theory. I'm going to give you a place and a date and let you look at what happened. Baltimore, 2015. After Freddie Gray died in police custody, the city blew up. And in the months after, the police pulled way back. Arrests dropped by about half.
The rise in violent crime in the city of Baltimore started back in 2015, following the highly controversial death of 25-year-old Freddie Gray.
Broadly speaking, what I found was that there has been a without question, a kind of a police pullback here over the last few years that started right after the protests after Freddie Gray's death. That really allowed a kind of unraveling to start happening here in the city.
Watch what happened next. That July was the deadliest month Baltimore had seen in over 40 years. 45 people killed in 1 month, in one city, 31 days. And here's the part that matters most. The people dying weren't the cops. They weren't white folks across town. They were us. Pulling the police back didn't free Black people. It buried us. And it wasn't just Baltimore. Across a lot of big cities, murders jumped in 2015 and in 2016. Biggest 2-year rise in a generation. And it hit Black neighborhoods the hardest. Now, I'll be straight with you. Smart people still argue about exactly why. Some say the police pulling back caused it. Some say it was other things. But you don't have to settle that debate to see what happened. They eased up on the consequences and the body count escalated. And we paid that bill in blood, Black blood, our sons, our brothers going into the ground. That was switch number 3. So that's no dad, no school, no police. There's still one correction left. And it might be the strongest one of all. That's the community itself, the neighbors, the aunties, the OGs, the people who could look at a young dude dead in his eyes and say, nah, we don't do that around here. That one got switched off too. And this time we did it to ourselves on purpose. We made snitching the worst thing a person can be. Worse than the shooter. So the one person who saw what happened keeps their mouth shut and the shooter walks free to do it again.
If there is a serial killer living next door to you, though, and you know that person is, killing people, would you be a snitch if you called police and told them?
If I knew the serial killer was living next door to me,
yeah.
No, I wouldn't call and tell anybody on them.
Camera looks really crazy over here, man. Oh my God.
But I'll probably move, but I'm not gonna call and be like,
Yeah, he still has the same. ideal.
Being loyal to the race.
Yeah, I know he still has, but he look, he look a little harder now, at least. But
He still says the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
Which I think is.
Well, so we got the two things that he's talking about, right? We got the two things that he's talking about, and the first part about the policing and the fact that they pull back on the police. How is that different than now people talking about defunding the police?
Actually, he's selling you some BS.
Okay, go ahead, Scam. What do you mean?
Murder rates were the highest in the 90s. I say that all the time, and it's factual.
Yes.
Murder rate's been dropping, but he'll tell you he picked a certain thing and say to look at Baltimore, which Baltimore is Baltimore anyway. So he really said a form of nothing. But consequences don't work. They're nothing but a temporary deterrent. If you study anything in behavior, you'll see that. So him talking about police, and when you call the police, it's usually a corpse already laying in the street. Crime already happened.
Right.
Well, they're already fighting. They already got cut doing whatever they did. Then the police get there. They're after the fact.
This is true. So what do you think about snitching?
That's just other junk. I mean,
yeah, okay.
JT was talking about had merit, the relationships amongst people.
Okay.
How we talk to each other, how we communicate with the other. Mother and father is usually your first direct source.
Okay.
Mother and father's mistakes, consequences, and trouble spill over into the kids. Kids receive all of it, direct and even indirect. Everything that the parents are lacking spill over into the kids. Now you got lacking kids. They grow up missing something. Something else he said. As far as family reunion,
That was
huh?
That was JT. Go ahead.
Yeah. The concept of people working together needs to be fixed with some morals and values and some kind of common goals. If that happens, most of this preventive, after the fact, blaming, pointing, all that, you don't even have to have those conversations. But they spend 80-90% on those conversations after the fact, with the corpse still laying there, the wife still beat on, and all that, and say, well, look what you did. Look at these people, the politicians, the police. That's after everything already happened and keeps continuing to happen, which is a waste of time. That makes sense?
Yeah, let me ask you something, Scam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you could be serious about this, what do you think the path forward is? You mentioned one piece that you sound like you agree with about the family a little bit. So what do you think the path forward is that you wouldn't be so cynical about? Unless you believe there's no hope.
It's not a no hope. It's on the left side, there's solutions. On the right side, there's everything else. Those who want to be on every people, most of the people doing the talking and alleged action are on the everything else. I can't make them go to the other side. I can't do that. But those on the other side doing the other side stuff are going to be all right, or as all right as they can be. Get more people on the other side.
So what's the other side again? What's the other side again?
People working together, morals, values, goals, ambitions, that type of thing. But on that side, these conversations aren't even happening like that, to be honest.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. So,
kind of an 80-20. People in the gym aren't talking about Twinkies. There's no Twinkies in the gym. They're not there. You don't need to have that conversation. But people at the buffet and at the doctor's office have to spend 80-90% of their time talking about it because that's where they are. That makes sense?
No, I hear you. I mean,
a couple, married spouse, man and woman who are working together, don't sit and argue all day about 50-50 and I'm going to get you in charge. They're not having those conversations. That ain't the conversation they're having. And the kids hiding under the bed listening. Because they're not participating in it, they're not functioning and just recycling, spinning around in circles, the garbage. They don't have to deal so much with the garbage.
And with all due respect to you, Scam, what are married couples talking about? Because
hey, Black Man, I missed where you started.
I said, with all due respect, what are married couples talking about? What are they discussing?
Successfully married or dust marriages? Which ones?
No, I'm talking. No, I'm being so serious. Like, I know we joke around a lot, but this is a serious conversation. So no joking for me today.
Okay.
I'm asking
Let me re-ask you that question. Successful marriages
what
or
do you
dust
believe
marriages?
married? Because I am right. I'm asking what we talk about all day. Tell me what me and Arpain and his wife, me and what we talk about every day. Tell me, what's the discussion?
I don't know what y'all talk about.
Exactly.
But I asked you a question.
Can't say
Successful marriages or dust marriages?
We can't say what married couples are talking about when we don't know.
Okay, so we're gonna act like they're doing all the community building, these married couples, and then all of a sudden they just wake up and then the disaster just happens because of black or something.
Well, I think it's the extremes that you're
Or
taking.
they're doing something correct and correct things happen, and one's not doing something correct, bad things happen.
Right, but I'm saying you keep walking your pit bull by the alligator farm. I'm talking extremely. I'm talking extremely about what do you see? You say married couples are not having those conversations, but the divorce rate is up, and the marriage rate is down.
Okay, successful married people have successful married conversations. Dust marriages have dust marriage conversations.
What is a dust marriage?
If I have to define it, that might be the problem.
I know. I mean, a dust marriage could be. No, I'm being honest here. A dust marriage could be because if when you get married, you'll understand this. There are some times in your marriage that you and your wife will not agree on something. There'll be times. Arpain, am I okay, Arpain, with that? 39 years. Have you and your wife ever had a disagreement? You got mad. She got mad. She slept in one room. You slept in the other one.
Yeah, but we try not to make that happen.
In marriage, if that's what we're defining as dust, then that's a part of what marriage is. No matter how good the marriage is.
Black man, you know what I mean when I say successful marriage and dust marriage.
I don't. I'm asking you.
Successful marriage, just like grade school. There's people who score 80s, 90s, and 95s on tests, and there's people who score 20s and 30s.
Appreciate you.
When the marriage is at a 20 and 30, and you don't even want to go over this married people's house, you wouldn't drop your kids or even your dog over there because of how they treating each other. That is a dust marriage.
So,
and it spills over into dust kids. And it's a dust pit.
Yeah, marriages go through things for sure.
No, okay, no, I got it.
Yeah.
Marriages go through things.
Yeah.
But if you're going through things 7 days out of the week for 7 years, you're in a dust marriage.
Well, some of the most successful marriages have seasons where they do go through hating each other, arguing every day, time and times again. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, okay. So
I'm trying to make it quantify it, but I don't know if you're trying to make the dust success and success. I don't know what you're trying to do.
No. What I'm saying, one married person to a person who's not married. I'm trying to help you understand how it is in marriage, how marriage works. That's it. I'm only explaining how marriage works. Me and Arpain we're good at it. 16 years for me, 39 years for Arpain. We can help you with that.
No, absolutely not. The fact that this is a conversation right now, I'm trying to explain dust marriage and success marriage, and the only thing is to attack and say, "Well, you ain't married." No.
I never said that. I'm not going. I didn't.
You understand what I'm saying?
Listen, this conversation is so important. I'm not trying to insult you. I said that me and Arpain could help you understand how marriage works, as far as having seasons of disagreements, arguing, things of that nature. Not no insult towards you, sir. Not at all.
What makes you think I wouldn't understand that people have disagreements, and why would you think that I wouldn't know that?
No, I'm saying people go through years of it though. Like people that have testimonies of their marriage have gone through years of turmoil and they've gone through years of not being able to have a kid, and they against each other, and they're not liking each other. So I'm telling you that marriages go through seasons. JT knows what I'm saying. Marriage go through seasons where you hate each other. You hate each other's guts. Michelle Obama just said for 10 years, she did not like Barack at all. Didn't even want to see him, couldn't stand to look at him for 10 years. So that's what I'm saying. So in marriage, I think it's a relationship thing where it's ebbs and flows for sure. That's all I want to put out there on the table. It's ebbs and flows for sure.
What happens? Okay. What happens when the marriage is at chaos and there's kids sitting in the living room?
They go through it with them. Yeah.
Is that a good thing? Or can it have? Is it probable that it's going to have a negative effect?
It can, but it also teaches the kids how to what am I looking for, JT? How to have healthy conflict
resolution.
Yeah, you go, conflict resolution. So if your kids see you at a disagreement and then they come right back and see you guys loving on each other again, you're teaching them, right? You teach them that's how to resolve conflict. You see the conflict, then you see the conflict resolved. So they get a chance to exercise conflict resolution, right? With parents who go through those things, for sure.
There's parts of this that I'm agreeing with you in. But there's a part of it that I believe that is being dismissed.
Okay, go ahead.
Dust is exactly what it is. It's called problems. Problems cause problems and have effects on people. Now, I'm not going to say the world is supposed to be perfect and everybody got to score an A on the test. I for sure don't. Single, married, no one scores 100. But the better off that you're doing, the better relationships being built, the better it's should more than likely build around the people around you. That's all I was saying. Of course, people got problems. But if you are a problem and she is a problem and the kids were created out of problem, more than likely, you're going to expedite more problems. And then it's going to be that dude with the suit selling the BS talking about it.
Well, that's another thing that's not talked about
left
enough.
Side and right side. Well, I'll just say that there's left side and right side. Left side is good, right side is bad. What we can't do is filter and linger around the right side and then try to justify it and say that it's the good stuff. And say, oh, well, they'll work it out. They'll be all right. No, this stuff needs to stop and we need to get more to the other side. That's all I'm really saying.
Okay, so
hey, JT, is he's not talking, is he?
No.
I'm here. I'm not talking. I'm here.
No, because my internet, somebody will be talking and
I
see JT moving fine and somebody else froze. It's just doing that to me.
Right.
Just making sure I wasn't talking over you.
So DMU, where we going with this though, man?
No, I just wanted to say that moving forward in the community, I'm telling you, I said it earlier, and that's what I'm standing on, because I really had to think about our pain, maybe think about it earlier when he was talking. I think the only solution first is you have to start with the mind. I'm telling you, our people are so traumatically displaced. They have mental health issues. And I'm telling you, the majority of people who are participating in crimes and murder and violence and physical violence against each other are suffering from some type of mental illness. I'm telling you. And we don't have, let me tell you what we don't have. We have plenty of police. We don't have any group of people who are medical people, who are mental doctors, who can go out with the police officer and say, hey, listen, I had this psychotic situation before. We know how to handle it. Right?
You're not gonna have that.
They don't have that. And so when the police go out there, what they thinking about is if this man running around crazy or he done flipped out, shoot this nigga. They don't have and I'll give you a perfect example. Mississippi, the lady called and say, my daughter is schizophrenic. I don't think she took her medicine today and she's spazzing. They took the girl and put her in the back seat of the car, arrested her, put her in the back seat of the car, and then they say she jumped out the back of the car with handcuffs on. And she dead now. Jumped out the car while the car was doing 80 miles an hour. Now she dead.
So, but this is the thing, BMU, that's a community issue. That's a community issue. That's what we're saying. That is a community issue. That's why it is very important for people to understand what legislation is, jurisdiction is, and executive is. That's why people need to understand who their Congress is, who their mayor is. They need to understand that they can be a part of the solution. This problem that we have, we can't look for someone else to fix it. Ain't nobody coming to save you. At the end of the day, this takes for us to, and I'm going to stand on it, what I said. We have to infiltrate this American system. We have to do it, and we have to employ our children to do it. And that will change. So when you're talking about a mental issue, there's a reason why they got rid of thousands, hundreds of thousands of mental institutions. There was a reason why. They didn't think that it was going to be conducive for the movement that they were trying to get happening that's at 2026 now. So, and that's people that was making decisions that had nothing to do with the people in the Black community, white community, or nothing. These are people that was making overall decisions, and they did it through what? Legislation. They did it through executive decisions. They did it through all of these different ones. So if we don't employ our kids to do this shit, and we just keep, only thing that we got on our side is argument. That's it. If we don't start bringing this to a forefront where if we want these things to happen, then we got to believe this one song. I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. We have not done that in 40 years. We haven't done it in 40 years. When we're talking about relationships and we're talking about marriage, the number one thing in marriages is that we are not understanding that marriage is not for the two people that are married. It's for the community. If we don't have that mindset, then we're going to keep having problems that we have, and it's going to get nothing but worse. If you want to find out what the community is all about and you as a parent is all about, look at your damn kids or grandkids. Look at that. I believe the children are the future people. Look what we have right there. So first and foremost, why people, they get mad when we start talking about relationship issues. Remember, BMU, that was one of the biggest things that we had on this channel, right? Talking about relationships.
Yes, sir.
And people got mad at us and said, y'all just talking about dick and pussy, right?
Yep.
At the end of the day, it's the foundation of how this world will work. We're always going to be in a ball of chaos. The world has always been in a ball of chaos. So in order for us to protect our people, we have to protect our people by what? Being a community.
Mm-hmm. Hey, JT, I agree with something you said. You said about 3 years ago, and I was listening with one ear because it sounded political. It's like, us getting married and me getting married is not for me. It's for the community. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I actually get what you, I think it was on Freezy's panel. You said it again and I actually get what you mean. Because honestly, more people getting married changes the community, or people getting together or stopping doing what doing or getting healthy. Every positive thing that you do affects the people around. Like I got nephews and there's stuff I might be saying. I think it goes in one ear and out one ear. Then months later, they come and tell me that it went in them ears. Yeah. Or my little cousins.
They drew it back. Yeah. Yeah.
Or even, to be honest, even some married people. They ask me something and I tell them something because I see something they may not see. And they come back, hey man, I'm glad you told me that. Dead serious. And trust me, I got married people who go in on me and they be right. Sometimes, there be times they be right. They be on me.
I hear you. Okay.
But simple thing, putting stuff in positive does affect the community in a positive way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So, Tootsie, you're back here. You got anything to say? Are you married?
I agree.
Are you married?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, you are married.
No, I agree with what he said. You know, I got pissed off when Kamala Harris had passed that bill about the Asians, right? And it was, you know, and the focus was on supposedly black folks attacking Asians. You know, my question is, if we had to establish a bill, what would be the priority and what would we call it? Out of all the things that we need to deal with as a people, if we had to come up with a bill, now it's not going to be a stay law, right? It's just going to be the catalyst for us to do something. What do we name it? And what will it include? I think because he started talking about legislation and she was so darn, I mean, that bill passed so quick, you know.
Surpassed thousands of other bills that came before it. Yes.
My God. Oh my God. I couldn't believe it. And I said, now who were the powers that be? Now let's just say that, you know, we know that it wasn't totally her, you know what I mean? But she was the face of it, you know. She was the one who said that she was a catalyst to pass the bill. I was so pissed. I was like,
well, let me ask you what you're saying. A lot of people forget that she's an Asian.
Well, this is true. I mean, with all things considered, But my thing is, if we have to pass a bill with all the things that we need help with, we're talking about family, foundation, community, what are we going to call it? And what is it going to include? It's just a step, right? So what is that? What are we going to name that bill? Are we going is it going to be something similar to the Chinese? We can say, yeah, we can get these what do you call it? These racist people. We are KKK, all of them skinheads, and then
I was going to get to solutions, so that's a good one for that section because this guy who's speaking is going to have a couple more points.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great question too.
It's a great question, so don't lose it. What I'm saying is, it may not be in that fashion. I think part of the solution is passing legislation that may seem indirect at the moment, but long term is the first foundation. Because legislation without the foundation in place is going to be a waste of time. And that's the family. And so I got a whole section and it's real close. I'm almost finished. This guy's got another 5 minutes, and then we could just talk solutions or possible solutions. And we can go down. So keep that thought because we're a couple of minutes away. I want to just finish a little bit of what this guy has to say.
Matter more than being loyal to the truth. Somebody who looks like us does something flat out wrong, and so many of us line up to defend them. Not because he's right, it's because he's black. Let me tell you a quick story. When I was a teenager, I was one of the few black kids at a private school. I started making white friends, and some of my black friends noticed. One day, one of them was over at my house. We got into it, just talking, and he decided the way to settle it was to fight. Now, I didn't want to fight. I laughed it off, cracked a couple of jokes, and he said something I've never forgotten to this day. He said, "You've been hanging around those white boys too long. That's why you won't fight me." Now, catch what he's really saying there. He believed that being quick to throw hands was a part of being black, that backing down made me less black. And here's the kicker. His parents were deep into civil rights. That right there, that's correction switching itself off. Inside his head, he'd been taught that the violence was the authentic part, that the calm was the sellout part. When a community teaches that, the community stops correcting its own. It starts protecting the very thing that's killing us. That was switch number 4, and we switched that one with our very own hands. There's one more correction. This one might be the most important one, the truth, because people can only fix what they can actually see. Now, here's what you're probably expecting me to say, that the media ignores this stuff. I'm not going to say that because they don't ignore it. They cover it. The trick isn't that they hide it. The trick is how it's presented. Take teen takeovers, for example. You've seen them, big crowds of black kids swarming downtown, stomping on cars, fighting one another in the street, looting stores. First, look at what they named it, a takeover. It sounds almost fun, like those dance flash mobs. That's the first move right there. They take a violent and destructive mob and they give it a soft little name. And once you've renamed it, you've already started excusing it. Then comes the bigger move, how it's framed.
At least 2 young people were wounded by gunfire that broke out in the crowd. Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson took heat when he warned people not to be too hard on the teenagers who led the riot. He said in a statement, quote, "It is not constructive to demonize youth who have otherwise been starved of opportunities in their own communities."
That guy, Brandon Johnson, has to be the biggest turncoat in modern black history, okay? Because he's talking about what's going on in the community, and he specifically flooded those communities with illegal immigrants, spent all the money, all the coin on giving those people everything they wanted, and starved the black people who put them in office directly. So I tell you, that guy is the worst. And here's the problem. And here's where I really think the black community deserves everything it gets. They may re-elect his ass. He's horrible, and they're going to do it again.
Now sit with that. Hundreds of kids tearing up a downtown, and the word from the top is, don't be too hard on them. They just need more programs, more safe spaces. Run that line over the footage of what actually happened and look at the gap. The words say victim. The video says something else entirely. That's not reporting. That's the accountability getting switched off live on camera. And that's the same exact move we already watched. Remember the schools? Too many kids getting suspended, so they killed the suspensions. That's it. Same play, just with a news anchor instead of a principal. They take a behavior.
All right, so we know.
I think this guy is even worse, to be honest.
I'm finished with him, so let's go. All right, so when you say he's even worse, what do you mean by that?
So he just gave an example of not being, people calling him not black because he doesn't want to put hands on people, as if that's a black thing. It's like white people don't bust heads wide open, and Hispanics and Asians don't. And people sat and nodded, yo, you right, man. That's selling BS. So he's grabbing the very BS that's going on, skipping out the stuff that matters and selling you the BS and recycling it in the air. That's what he's doing. Or skip what causes behavior and how to address behavior, how to influence for the positive. Let's just talk about kids not being suspended, which doesn't work. Or them being suspended, which doesn't work. Let's just talk about those things and blame it on consequences in the sky and the moon and everything else.
Yeah, but okay, so you're not against disciplining kids. You just don't think it works.
No, I'm against fake discipline.
No, what's real discipline then?
Right.
Things that positive reinforcement, influence, morals, and values. And you won't spend your time over there in the living off of consequences all day.
So what you mean, if you just talk to the kids nicely, they'll be okay?
That's not what I said. You're doing what he did.
No. I asked you a question. You don't have to agree with the question, but I asked you a question. What's the form of what you just said? What does that look like in real life?
The fact that you're asking me might be the problem.
No, it's not. No.
Don't you think that might be the problem?
The fact that you aren't going to give me a description of what you just said looks like in real life, in real time.
You're acting as if you've never seen.
You got a belligerent freaking kid.
How did they become belligerent?
When you got a belligerent kid in high school and you want him to do what you need him to do, he's calling you everything other than a child of God. What does your way of fixing it look like?
I don't know where this is, but most kids are not doing that.
No, I didn't say most kids. I didn't
This
say
is not what they do.
But they have kids who do that.
Why are they doing that? And where did they learn that from? Where did they learn that?
Well, first of all, here's the thing. If you ever read The Lord of the Flies, right? And I don't know if you probably should have read it if you haven't. In the absence of order, kids make up their own hierarchy, right? And that's what the whole movie was about. So we're talking about people might be coming from a community where the order has been displaced, right? And we already established we have a father problem. So these kids make up what they think is their own rules. Don't have to be right. It's just got to be right to them. I don't want to hear nothing from anybody. I'm belligerent. So how do you fix that in the setting of a classroom? At first, they were saying suspending them. They found out they're suspending all of them because you're right. They're not fixing the heart of the problem. They're just getting a whole bunch of these kids coming in there and they're belligerent. But because the school can't fix the family problem. That's one of the reasons why LeBron James schools failed. Because they had all these fancy things for underprivileged kids, but they were sending them home to places that might not have electricity for them to do their homework.
I didn't know that. Okay.
So I'm just
saying. I can see that happening. I can see that happen. Yeah, I can see that.
So I'm just saying, what you're saying is not completely wrong, but where do you start? And everybody is not in the right place to fix it. They can only fix it from where they are.
I agree with STBB in the chat. Says bring back school spankings, starting with the parents. I agree. Starting with the principal, the teachers and the parents first.
Spanking them first? You talking about spanking them first?
Yeah, because I believe in leadership.
I believe in
active leadership. You don't skip over and go
no, not
straight.
nowadays, because people don't understand. I disagree. You know, I come from that. I'm in that era. I'm a 60s baby. And so I grew up in public schools. I also went to school at a mosque, and the discipline was different. In the mosque, yeah, they spanked you on your hand. And that was with the parents' authorization. But some people just don't know the limitations. I'm not going to authorize nobody to spank my child because I don't know what your spankings look like. You know what I mean? And every child is different, right? Every child is different. And how you have some children that a spanking don't matter. They're already timing. They already know your spill. You know, you coming in, you're spanking them, it hurts, and they done. Right? They rather get the whooping than you take, and the spanking, whether you take what they really want most is that TV, that internet, that phone. I want to go play. I want to go do that. Some children, without the spanking, it is most successful when you take away things. I'm not against spanking. That's up to the parent, but I don't want to give permission for anybody else to do that because I don't know what that looks like in the school, right? I have my daughter in a private school, and the lady spanked her hand, and I was okay with that. But then she had bruises on her wrist. I was like, well, what happened? And my daughter looked at me, and she, and explained to me, like she was trying to tell me that this lady went too far. And then I got pissed, and then somebody had to remind me that I had given them permission, So I think we have to, I'm not against it, but when you're giving other people permission in the school, I think that's the least that we need to allow the school to do. I think it's going to start in church, where because there's churches everywhere. It's going we're going to have to come up with some type of program, some type of successful program to penetrate these schools, and it's going to involve the parents. Right. Where, like you said, we got to make sure that this parent is supporting what we're doing in the school. We can't send a child to school and and then send them back home to chaos. So.
A lot of areas.
Hey, Tootsie, when I was talking about beating parents and all that, I was being facetious. I'm anti-parent.
No, we know.
Oh, okay. No, I wasn't. Yeah, I'm just
punishment. But the point I was making was that R-Payne threw an example, because I'm not with consequence. He went through the wildest case scenario.
No, I didn't.
And then just said, you wake up one day and it's a 15-year-old that's belligerent in your living room. Do something now.
No, I didn't. No, hold on. About it. That's not the wildest case.
That's not how this works.
That's not the wildest case scenario in some of these high schools. It's not. I mean, the social media is flooded with all that kind of stuff.
No, I was more talking about parenting. You don't just wake up. You had the kid 14 years. You should know. You know who they are. They don't just click a button at 15 and turn into something that they never were.
All I'm saying
you knew them before they did.
Listen. People come, the teachers come and go, and
I was a teacher. I'm telling you, kids don't do that. But more importantly, most children.
The school that you were at,
saying, "I want to beat up my dad." They're not doing it.
That didn't happen. But to say that doesn't happen with just a myriad of stuff. But let's get to whatever solutions are.
I'm saying my brother taught 5 years, my sister 3, me 1.
But
we've never been threatened by students.
Okay, that's you guys.
Oh, yeah,
you guys are not everywhere.
I grew up with educators too, and I can surely appreciate them. And I had an aunt, AKA, she had everything in her. She took a bus
swinging on teachers. Very few.
I didn't say. Well, nobody said it was that it does. But to say it doesn't happen is a lie.
Lightning strikes people. That happens too. But to act like it's the norm, and then if you beat on them, that's going to fix it.
No, we was using an example where you might want you want to tongue kiss the kids into submission. I'm saying that there's some
I never said that.
Well, you're using the same kind of extreme shit on me. I didn't say that every kid was bad. I'm just saying.
So if I don't shoot the kids on the spot, then I'm telling you, that's the problem.
No.
You can't have a conversation without shooting them.
But you're telling me if I use an example of a real belligerent kid, then I'm going off on. I'm just going off.
No, the first thing you did, I was talking about influence. I was talking about positive reinforcement, and then you threw it all away to just let them do what they want. That is not positive reinforcement, and that is not influence.
I asked you, what does it look like?
And then you threw the wildest case scenario.
Well, okay,
a 14-year-old just woke up and got in your face.
Let's just end this one on this one. What are the solutions that you had? This beautiful solution you said. I cut you off, Tootsie.
I gave you solution. You didn't want them. Positive reinforcement, influence, morals, values.
Yeah. Okay, that's
no, we don't want those. Let's get back to pointing fingers and blaming Obama.
Okay. That's part of it, but where does that begin? Where do you include that? Do you include that on a foundation made in sand, or do you conclude that, or do you include what you just said on once we have the foundation in place? Because it would work best if we have a foundation in place. No, well, it's a foundation if you have a family structure that can build the tracks to run on. But if the kids are still being raised in broken homes, then all of that stuff you're saying is still disjointed. It's still not.
It goes back to my point of saying that you can't get around.
No, JP, I agree.
Family you can't get around that.
Yeah, that's where they are, wherever location they're in. I'm not going to go and adopt every kid, but yeah, I'm not going to take them out the house and have 15 of them living in my house. That's not going to happen. They live where they live. They are where they are. But you don't know how many good conversations are talking somebody off of a ledge. It could have been a -2 or a 0, and your conversations got them at least at a 2. So they only got arrested once, twice, but they could have jumped off a bridge and took 5 people with them. But where does it start? It starts with yourself. Making yourself the better person that people can talk to or be there for the people or whatever.
Okay.
If us individuals don't adopt it, how are we going to talk about family, kids, in the community? Because I'm in the community doing it, and we just the same selfish people we were yesterday.
Right. We have to be the example. I do agree. However,
make sure. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's really about solution. It is really about solution. I appreciate being on this platform. I appreciate you brothers allowing me to speak. I'm probably, this is the first time I ever went live on somebody, so I do appreciate it. Usually I'm making comments and things like that, and people agree and disagree. But I think overall, I think it's healthy to have these conversations and these debates. But at the bottom line, we need resolution. And it's legislation. Yes, it's going to start with us individually. We all are work in progress, right? And we're going to be those brothers and sisters that argue, big and fight, and we're going to come back. But it's this resolution. And the question is, outside of the individual, brother, because I understand what you're saying, outside of me being the individual, but collectively, where are we going to start? Are we going to start in the churches? Are we going to have community come together and the community comes together at a community center, be dedicated, right? Because we only want to deal with people who are really dedicated, who is going to see the thing through. Are we going to start in church and having discussions? And how does that grow? Right.
I got a list.
And that's great. And I think everybody should start with the list.
Say my short list, and you guys can fix yours and see where I'm going wrong. Right. The first thing is, I think and this legislation can help this, by the way, but I think we need to re-incentivize people getting married to start building families. And there's ways to do that. Right. And because we do understand that there was cabal that helped break families apart, laws and everything that was put in place that makes it bad incentive to be married. So I think we should incentivize that. And I got a couple of sub things for that, but I didn't want to get off on if I go through the sub things, I don't want to get down this rabbit trail. The second thing is we need to bring back teenage work programs. When I was
absolutely,
young, we had these manpower programs. Especially during the summer when the kids were out of school. Put your work orders in. You were 14 years old. You could work. You put that in, and we got jobs. We got jobs cleaning parks, working at police stations, working at schools, doing all kinds of community work, and they paid you a couple of trinkets. But what it did, everybody had a counselor. You know, you took little trips here and there where it took you out of the community, see other sites, and you got paid for it. So you got just enough money to say, okay, this is what it looks like to be working. And it filled your time with hours worth of useful things. So your leisure time wasn't spent thinking about all the stupid stuff you could get into. Right. And that's one of the things that really saved so many people when I was young in the Bronx. And when they killed that program, that's exactly the same year that all the gangs came out.
Hey,
when I was,
Go ahead. Yeah, those are the tangibles, and I think those are some of the things you can do right away. You know, if somebody can grab a child and go teach them a skill, you know what I mean. Those are the tangibles. Come on, let me show you how to change the oil, change a tire. Let me show you how to do checking and banking and stuff like that. Those are easy, readily tangibles. You know.
Yeah, so I got just a couple more, right? Like for example, so these are the family things, right? And one of the things I did say, and this is just like a subset, we got to minimize. I remember this as if it was yesterday. I took Regents history when I was in high school, going into high school. And one of the questions was, what is the pros and cons of young people having leisure time? That was like one of the biggest point things on the test. And I never forgot it because, and that's probably what made me I was happy that I read The Lord of the Flies. When kids are left up to their own devices, they're automatically going to go negative because you got to teach positive, because people could be negative all by themselves. So parents have to teach kids to do the right things, because in the absence of that, it's not a good assumption to think they're going to do the right thing if you leave them up to their own devices, especially when it's a whole bunch of kids. So it was a great question, and I think that's what that programs used to do when we had those manpower programs. That's exactly what they were doing. They were focusing those kids and taking that leisure time away from stupid things and putting it into constructive work. And with the money we throw around now, it would really be pennies on the dollar to actually save children by bringing some of those programs back. But, you know, where's our Congressional Black Caucus? Where's the guys to put that into legislation, to get the funding? If I could spend $1 trillion on killing people.
You muted, homie.
I'm thinking it was my internet again.
No, our pain is muted. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
he's fixing it.
My thing fell. Yeah. You know, so I'm just saying, if we could spend all that money, we can do something more constructive with those dollars. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
but I'll let it land there. Go ahead.
Actually, I like what you're saying. I just want to add into some of it.
Go ahead.
Incentivizing marriage. And I'm saying this even as a person who's single. Marriage already is incentivized. It's just misrepresented. Huh?
Okay, go ahead. Tell me how you figure that.
It's misrepresented to where people believe it's something that it's not, or believe it's not something that it is.
Okay.
People don't, and a lot of it is from what they see, and we can't change necessarily everything they see. But I think it needs to be, successful marriage needs to be put in the forefront.
Okay.
Along with the skills that go along to get people to that very thing.
Mm-hmm.
Versus just, he's a man, he's a woman, they're together, so they married and everything perfect. Yeah, right. Or you ain't married, so something wrong with you. No, the real stuff needs to be there. Because there's the infiltration of that very thing is insane.
Yes, I agree.
And we see it. The other thing was the work programs, they exist, they're not on the forefront.
And they're not, and they're poorly funded.
That's right.
Poorly funded.
That's right.
But some of these programs, a lot of them do exist. They are around. I think purpose needs to be promoted with them. Like the kid, the 14-year-old, the 18-year-old, whatever, they have to buy into, hey man, look, where you're going, you're going to end up just over here somewhere. Let me show you something that can get you where it is that you say that you want to be. like actually connecting them and getting them to buy into it purpose and with a purpose. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So of course, me and JT, you know where we're gonna put them. The best internship there is. The best trade school, we sending them.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we put them in the military.
Yeah,
but it being purpose driven, plan like
but
with the plan.
Was
with
an
the
incentive at one point. The military was a
shoot, it is even more now.
A viable incentive, yes.
You see what they're paying them now, JT?
Yeah.
But I think when the military, when the men who, I think that they, gosh, I think that sometimes they're dropping the ball when they're trying to recruit these young men and women, because they are looking at it from a financial perspective. They're not being, in my opinion, they're being less taught about how to go about that program successfully. Versus you do this in 5 years, you get to buy a house, you get a GI Bill, you do this, and you know what I mean? It's all about money, money, money. But mentally, how are they going to sustain being recruited into a branch? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can definitely be. This is the thing. Of course, it's about making it look good to them at a recruiter's standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not going to take but probably 48 hours for them to understand exactly what it's about. What happens is the recruiters, what they do is give you an outline. They're not lying to you. They're just giving you an outline. Now, this is the thing. Once you get to that, once you get into that lifestyle, that's exactly what it is. This is not like anything else in the civilian world. However, what happens is that it helps you be more focused on at least having a career. It's not about being in the military and being a career soldier or sailor or Marine or airman. It's not about that. It's about giving you a fair shot when you come back out into the civilian world. That's why they give you contracts, 3 years, 4 years. You know what I'm saying? Re-enlistment. This is the reason why. It's because what they're doing is it's a contract between you and the U.S. government. And basically they're saying, this is what we give you as an incentive. But once you get in and you start getting an education, vocational, you start understanding you can build your life through certain communities and things like that. Most people that get married in the military, they get married in the military, and then they find out either they're going to stay married or they're not, because we're all over the world, right? But what it does is that
I'm gonna throw a wrench in there. Just for 1 second.
Oh, go ahead.
When somebody went, so now let's talk. I apologize, but something came to mind. You got gangs now in the military. So who is the brother's keeper, right? When my child is being recruited, who is my child's brother's keeper? Because I just saw something with 3 individuals who were missing. I think they were with the Army. Young brothers and sisters were missing, and they just found their bodies. And this was during something happened to them during their training exercises. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff going on there. So how do we assure that our children, you know what I mean, are being guided?
Yeah, so they're not, for one, they're not your children anymore. They're GIs.
Okay.
Now, let me just say this. This is not, going to the military is not nowhere near going to college, nor is it in, what do they have, Job Corps? People think is that. No, they're going into it's a world.
Okay.
Once you get out of training, you're going into a real world. When you go onto military bases and things like that, you're in communities. These are, you got to remember, you have people that are ranging from the age of 18 all the way up into 60.
Right.
This is not this thing where people go to college and you just dealing with people that's close to your age. No. Your superior is going to be a whole lot older than you. So when you're talking about, Right.
And you address her concern.
Okay.
And you address her concern about
I can answer
the
it.
No,
gangs.
it's not so much it's not so much a
tragedy.
concern because the children are young going in there, like you said, they're going there with older. How do we, because there's so much going on in that family, so to speak.
I can answer it.
Okay.
Okay. If you don't send them in the military, you can send them to college. There's gangs in college. I know more
Right.
people who've been killed in college than in the military.
Okay.
Actually, I only know two.
Mm-hmm.
Who I don't know what the YouTube word is, not living anymore from military. And I know way more from college graduates, from no college, from the street, wherever. You're safer being in the military than not, probably at a 10-to-1 ratio.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, gangs in the military, somebody just showed you one negative thing and made it look like it was some kind of norm. It's not a norm.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think it's totally a norm. I'm just saying that
it's not a norm.
That it has been
So let me put it to you this. I was in leadership, right? I went from being the kid and I was still growing up, 18 years old. But when I ended up being in leadership, my leadership and it encompassed me making sure that their personal life was also on point too. If something happened with them outside of whatever it is that's going on in the military, and I was the first person that they would call. Even if they were married, I would be the first person that they would call, right? So when it comes down to it, the way that I look at my troops is that they're like my little brothers and sisters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they're out there and they're doing stuff that they ain't got no business doing, I'm going to be the person that's going to be over them. It's a whole different type of a life. Now, this is the thing. In the military, it helps you to figure out where you want to be in life. You're going to have those ones that try to be in gangs. You're going to have the barracks life. You're going to have all kind of things going on because you're young. As you get older, you are going to develop something a lot different. If you want to make it for instance, if you want to make the best out of your career, you're going to be around the people that's making the best out of their career. Now, you got to also understand, you're not just in the military doing nothing. You have a job. So you have to be at that job when they say be at that job. And it ain't nothing like anything in civilian world. One of the things that's very, very difficult for people to get adapted to was that every morning they have to be in formation, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We have to have an accountability every day of where our troops are. That's every day except for probably, depending on where you're at, Saturdays and Sundays. But for the most part, we have to have that. Now, again, this is more than just a job. This it's an adventure for a lot of people. It's a career because you're going to be, I don't know if y'all remember this thing in the Army where they say, be all that you can be.
Yeah.
You're going to be everything in the middle. You're going to be a janitor. You're going to cut grass. You're going to be delivering mail. You're going to be doing everything. And that's the thing, because it's a different type of a community. Now imagine you're doing something and you just seeing it for the first year. And you find out that there are people that's been in for 8 years, 15 years. And you're like, how do they survive this? It's because they got adapted to it. Most people that's in that community, that's in that community that stays in there for about the time they got 8 years, they're considered career. So they do something a whole lot different. It's not like a civilian. You're not going to have that. You're going to have more. It's going to be more of a concentration, for lack of a better term.
So when you're recruiting young men,
go ahead.
When you're recruiting young men and women, and you see that they may not be built for that, do you just leave them where they at, or do you let them know some of the things that they could possibly build upon?
We push them. We push you. We will push you. And the thing is that
JT, hold on. Are you referring to recruiters or people who actual
recruitment? Just recruitment. You know what I mean?
Who are just like me and JT.
Well,
no.
all of the
Recruiters is something
above.
different.
All of the above. So if you do have a young,
what do you mean by not built for that? What do you mean?
Well, because I think that I'm just asking a question, so I really don't really have It's coming just out of curiosity. So because you might have a lot of kids that say, yeah, I want to go, I do want to go to the Army, the Navy, or what have you, and they may not have the discipline. They probably don't. They probably they don't want to listen to somebody telling them what to do.
99% of the people that goes in don't have the discipline yet. That's the purpose of going to basic training. 99% of us don't have it. That's why when we had a show on this to see was it last week or the week before, and we had a show on the military, and the thing was that I was showing people when they first come in for basic training, and you had those guys that were the drill sergeants and things like that. The crazy and if you ever see a new recruit that goes into basic training, every one of them look like they're just lost, right? The craziest part about that is the drill sergeants that's giving them all of the things that they're doing, they were the same way when they got in too. So what happens is that the military will break everything that you've learned, all bad habits that you learned in civilian life, and build you up. And that's how it goes.
Let me add something. Before y'all go, I'm not a military guy. But let me tell you one story. I had a young cousin. In our family, we kind of celebrate things. He was going to the Navy. He was like 18. His mother's all distraught and stuff. And she was like surprised he even signed up. And so the thing was that we had like a mini family reunion for his departure, right? Everybody, cousins he didn't know, we were like, maybe 50 deep at a house in Queens. And so he goes to the military and all that kind of stuff. In 6 months, when he came back, his mother almost didn't recognize him.
It was like that with me. It was like that with me.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, but that's all I need to say there. Go ahead. What's up, Ferg? What's up, Cole?
Tootsie, I wanted to add something.
Go ahead.
This is something that I forget, and my nephews kind of helped me to get it. I'm old. I'll be 46 soon. When I talk to somebody 16, 17, I got to remember that they're 16 to 17, 18-year-old. If you show them the buildings downtown and say, hey, man, tell me about the employment and job opportunities. 17-year-olds might only know police officer, firefighter, nurse, admin person, an insurance agent. Us that's older that have been in the work, we understand everything from the first floor to the 18th. We understand contract operation. They see it from an 18-year-old view. Do I want to fix trucks? Do I want to shoot a cannon? Or do I want to be a medic? And they barely know all of the support that comes in the medical field. They only see 17, 18-year-old lens. That's something that parents and other people could possibly, teachers, whatever, could help with. Even if they don't go in the military, if they go to college or whatever. Show people the whole 360 of what employment, business, all this stuff really is. Because they got a very limited view. There's no 17-year-old that says they want to be a contract specialist or an operations assistant or a project manager and understanding what that really is. But other thing I was going to say as far as discipline.
It's true.
Undisciplined, stay away from the military. If you have nothing, no foundational discipline, or people who just ain't with it, I don't tell them to go in the military because they're going to get kicked out in 4 weeks anyway. If they're that bad off, I'm straight up. Or if there is a better plan. If you got a scholarship and they paying, take that scholarship. Go on to school. They're going to take care of you. You play baseball, academic, whatever. Even if it's a school you might not want to go to, they're going to take care of you. Go on over there.
Right.
Colleges treat their scholarship students better than they treat the person paying because they have a program for them.
Yeah, that's a fact.
But before we go on, again, Coach, man,
how you doing, man?
What's happening? If you got something on the topic, fine. I know you jumped up here because you heard military, and that's like a magnet.
Yeah, I didn't want to speak. I just wanted to know.
You got to explain that shirt. You got to explain that shirt, though.
My shirt, my little two-piece set, man. That's my city colors, man.
You got
his wife dressed him. She bought that for him.
Listen, hey, listen. Let me tell you something, man. Hey, listen, y'all listen, man. Y'all better be glad I'm married when I wear this shirt.
She got a dress just like that shirt.
My wife always tell me I'm trying to put on my church clothes. Yeah, we dress different.
Okay, hold on.
No, we just clowning.
I gotta get this straight.
Go ahead.
You said it's a two-piece, so you got shorts that match.
Yeah, I got shorts, man.
She bought that for him. She bought it for him.
When I wore it 2 weeks ago, and William even know. Salute to William, man. I wore it to the brother William. I wore it to the Dirt Bowl, and I got 8 compliments in 30 minutes.
You got a hat to go with that too, don't you?
No, I don't wear hats, man. You know, I like to show my head off, man. I don't wear hats, man. I am.
Hey, I gotta say salute to Louisville, man.
Yeah, salute.
Hey, and we just smacked Kentucky. I just left from the game.
Yeah. My nephew, he's coaching La Familia.
Yes.
But just in the whole topic, right? I didn't want to jump in. Y'all have moved from when I first was listening, and then y'all was saying something to the military regards, right?
Okay, but we'll start from where you want to start from. Man.
I always like to do a comparison. When working in the high school, I would do a side-by-side comparison. You know what I'm saying? We're seeing children's ability to read is going lower and lower, but they still have aptitude skills that they're good at. But and then when I would do the comparison and say, okay, y'all going to the military, y'all go get y'all graduating high school, going to get a regular job. Or you going to college. Now you want to be an entrepreneur, all of those things, right? I go in at 18, I'll sign up for 4 years. I'll come out at 22. Once I go in at 18, everything about my posture improves, my walking improves, my ability to think through difficult situations improve, my ability to maintain under control in hostile situations all improve. My bank account improves tremendously. And the skills that I gain trump going to a 4-year sit-down college, especially for a boy. Most boys need hands-on skill. Now, if you had some halfway decent parents that, you know what I'm saying, that gave you some structure, you more than likely fairly to do well. And there was a time, even for our community, where you in front of that judge, the judge will say, you go to jail or you're military. And those dudes end up doing 40 years in the military. Because when they get in, the discipline that it affords them, especially early, because we all in the basic training together, we all getting treated the same. Ain't no special JT in our pain. We all go be shaved the head the same. We all go do 500 push-ups a day. We all go walk that same walk. So then you start to understand that, okay, they're not just picking on me. Everybody has to go through an adversity. So once you go through it, now I go to my skilled job. Now I'm a freshman in college. I want to study, I don't know, changing tires. I can't go change a tire until my junior year. In the military, after my 10 weeks of basic training, and then when I go to my AIT, that's like where you learn the skill trade to do. From the first day down there to the day I leave, I'm changing tires every day. I went from changing regular vehicle tires, now I'm changing tractor tires 2 stories high. So those skills that I do over that next 4 or 5 years trumps somebody who went to a traditional college for the same thing. Same thing. And when you hear bad stories, I always ask the person, did you get an honorable or dishonorable discharge? Because if you get a dishonorable discharge, then everything about the military is going to be negative, because you know that once you mess up, it affects you in the civilian life 10 times fold. You lose hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It's kind of like you going to prison. You went to prison.
Yes.
That's how
And
it went.
And you're stuck in working factory jobs. You're stuck in working regular jobs. And I'll shut up after this. Even for young women, most young women that join, I'm sorry, I'm just saying this. Most young women that join, they are pretty much successful.
Yeah.
They come out with some rank. So.
Got a question for you guys. Yeah, I'm not against it at all. Have you brothers considered creating a panel and traveling to different communities answering questions of the community about improvement. Because I know they have this other, I don't know what some of you, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that relationship panel. You guys are familiar with that relationship panel?
Yeah.
Where everybody comes up to the mic and talk about their relationships and my husband
tonight's
did this
conversation.
and
That's what you're talking
tonight's
about.
conversation. Yeah. And I think you guys, you brothers have, just listening to you, I think that you, I think that would be a great idea for your platform.
You know,
That's a great idea.
The only way I think it'll work is this, right? The parents are gonna, it's like you can't, what after 30, 35, people ain't the military don't really want you, but you ain't really interested in that. But that, I believe that 18 to 25-year-old, that's a good platform for them because they haven't catapulted their lives. Even most people have, even if you're in college, you still haven't got to practice a job or career that you're going to do over the lifetime. So,
I agree. I agree. I think the age bracket should be considered.
I want to bring in Mr. Williams over here for a second.
What up, Playboy?
Before we do that, right? Before you go, Mr. Williams, just listen. For all the discipline you guys are talking about, this is also one of the solutions to the situation we have. This is also one of the solutions to the situation or the crime that we're talking about. But go ahead, Mr. Williams, what you got?
No, what I'm saying is now I think when we were all younger, that was embedded in us. Now I think it's from 25 to 35, maybe even close to 40. Now where they have to find themselves even a little bit more harder than what we did because we actually had Big Mama and, you know, we had Granddaddy, we had all of that. And we had our parents where somebody was going to teach you something regardless whether you wanted to know it or not. But I think now you can't just do 18 unless you're a parent now currently and you're doing it. But I'm saying now 25 to 35 with these kids and even close to 40, that's when they starting to get it. They're starting to actually understand it because like they say, and we seeing it, like people saying, hey, mama and daddy ain't together, daddy gone. So if you don't have a mentorship with men, it's harder, and with women as well.
Hey, I gotta drop. Y'all have a good one.
We don't.
Hey, take it, man. Thank you.
Hey, salute, Scam.
All right, Scam.
I think people are forgetting one thing too. Men have always mentored females as well.
Okay.
And that's a lack in that.
Yeah, but when you say 40, you got to understand 40 is middle age, homie.
I'm just saying, like for right now, like when you seeing people find themselves, what are they doing? What are they saying?
Yeah, but there's
40 now they found themselves, or you done been to college for 10 years. When you're in your 30s, you didn't go to college then. Now you're going to college. What I'm saying is from 25 to 35 is when you actually get to grab a hold to a lot of them that didn't have the parents.
Well, you're on your third wave of life, though. So this is the thing. I get what you're saying, and a lot of people do. They end up finding where they're going to be at. Normally, at 40 is where you start to peak. You know what I'm saying? 45 is where you're at. But your experiences, the problem that I see that people have is that they take their experiences and the negative experiences, they didn't have the lesson through that negative experience. They just had the trauma through it. And they held on the trauma and they didn't seek the, you know what I'm saying? The education through that. By the time you're 40, this is when you start getting into your wisdom, right? Your wisdom is based off of, it should be, because the thing is that we understand the contrast of life. We understand that when you are out here and you're making the decisions that you make, they're either going to be positive or negative in results. Right. And at 40 years old, you've made enough
mistakes,
negative decisions and mistakes to understand how to guide. Because guess what you're doing as you're growing up? Most people have children too.
If you
So we're
want.
growing up and our children are growing up too. So what we do is, this is why it's very important for families to be inducted. And one of the things is, I'm one of the proponents of having young families, young marriages. The reason is that you as a kid get to see that your parents are growing up as well as you. You figure that out about time you start being the 30 and 45 in that age, and you say, I saw my parents grow up from the age that they were. They were 27. I remember seeing a 20, like I tell people myself, I remember seeing my mother as a 30-year-old mother, a 27-year-old. Her and my father the same age. They're just a month apart, right?
Damn,
and I've seen the 27-year-old them. I've seen the 37-year-old them. I've seen the 47-year-old them. I've seen the 57-year-old them. And now I'm seeing, with my mom, my father passed away, but I'm seeing the 77-year-old them. And I learned things from that because they wasn't the same people that I had. They had me and my brother. Me and my brother had two parents. We had two sets of parents. The parent that I had, he had a piece of them, but he didn't have the full of them, right?
Right. Got that rough and tough parent.
The parent that he had, I didn't have him because I was already an adult.
Yeah.
Right? So
just like me, the older brother with my siblings.
So I took what I observed through them. I took what I observed from how they furnished my life also, right?
Yeah.
And then when I left them at 18, and then I went into another life, and that took courage for me to do that because I was scared and out of my mind. I did not have what I ended up developing. That took time for that, and that took pain.
Yeah.
At an 18-year-old, 19, 20, I made a lot of decisions that was terrible for me during those times. But I also made great decisions.
Still a baby.
Yes.
But JT, this is what I was saying. Like, even now, like with what I'm going through personally right now, with y'all know I've been raising baby girl for 12 years. My brother's daughter, right? So I'm seeing that even now. Now, my kids are grown, but this baby, I have to teach her the same type of methods and the same shit. And it's different now because times have changed, but she's understanding where I'm coming from, being an old man, because they're going to look at you as being old no matter what it is. She's 14 now. I got her when she was 2. But even with my kids, they know it's not easy. They all transition into something. Like my daughter she's out of the military. Of course, she was in the Air Force. She met her husband in the Air Force. But I got to have a hand in that. That's the difference. We got to have hands and stuff because now these kids can kind of be lost because times really have changed. Even in high schools now, y'all, it is crazy. Now, I just enrolled her, of course she'll be a freshman in high school. And the things that you have to go through now is way different from 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially having to share bathrooms and all that other we and stuff and all that kind of stuff.
They're not doing orientations in person anymore. Now you got to do it online. They give you a day and a time when you're supposed to walk the kid through the
to the locker and see the classrooms.
Yes, learn your combination. Now they done changed that.
Yeah, they done me in damn
with
education.
these 25-year-olds and these 35-year-olds, I'm sorry, y'all. They have been.
Don't say it. Don't say it, man.
Well, listen. I just want to kind of. I know we're
I'm sorry, Mr. Payne.
No. Hold on for a second, because this is a good conversation. So I don't want to derail it, because I'm trying to tie everything back into, why we're here. Because what you're talking about is raising a daughter, raising a kid, granddaughter, whatever, in a structured environment, right? If your kids are being raised in a structured environment, they're less likely to go on toward. Right, because you're watching out for them, and that's what the point. Because one of the things when we talk about black on black crime, what are solutions? And one of the solutions are what you guys are talking about. You know, discipline for the kids. Somebody there that they know they have to answer to.
Yeah.
You know, and that's really what the important thing. I just want to go ahead. I know JP popped up here, man. I don't know how much of this you've seen, but I guess we got. I got. We got to hear what you got to say, brother.
We're not talking about the military, JP. We're not talking about the military.
Mr. Payne, before you let JP go, that's my niece. I've been raising my niece for 12
your niece. I'm sorry.
Man. Salute to you.
He dropped down, but he dropped, I don't know why he dropped down. He said, maybe this is not for me.
Can I speak on the crime part?
Yeah.
I went to Chicago in 2004, probably one of the highest times. Well, I don't say the highest, but that was the height of a lot of deletions by young people, African American people. The hub for social services and all of those things. People come from around the world to come to Chicago to study those neighborhoods because they have violent neighborhoods we see, right? Okay. It was typically averaged about 300 to 500, 600, 700 a year deletions. Right. I would say about 60% of that 70% were young Black people, young men on young men, young women on young women, right? Right. And there was a time where they were starting to deteriorate. They implemented more programs within the school. See, people, they come into the neighborhood to talk to some kids about behavior. You're in the wrong damn place. That's too late. In a controlled environment in schools, that's why I say people really don't value the young people like they say, because most Black people don't show up. If it ain't their child, they don't show up for it, right? But then they don't understand the impact that they have on other kids, the fact that you are showing up. And you could also save your kid from being a victim by helping out maybe 2 other kids who you do. And it's not about, kids. One thing about kids, they'll try you if they don't know you. They want to see if you legit, right? Because a lot of people come in saying what you ain't doing from the negative place and saying, hey, this is where you are. How can we get better? What is it that you need, and each individual of y'all need to get to a place of peace of mind, so you can start seeing the visions of what it's going to take for whichever direction or career you choose to make money, because certain paths you have to go by the book. Now, along the way, you can discover new techniques, which could probably leapfrog you, but there's certain paths you have to go by the book. And I don't think, especially with education, that's probably one of the biggest solutions by default that could change the future of young violence, because they don't respect our past, right? The future to me, if I'm having this conversation with the person that can make that change, or I'm going directly back to the old school method, our pain. I'm going to have a law where I'm going to hold parents accountable, because we're talking teenagers, 13, 14, 6th, 7th grade. 7th grade, your child got behavior problems. Guess what you going to be doing? Your ass going to be coming to the school for some education too. You can be sitting down learning about coping skills. That's part of your policy. Or we can just lock your little slow kid up and put him in one of these new prisons that we build and forget about him. And we'll get free labor and let you cry to the world about how they mistreating your son or daughter. Or you can recognize that, one, you have no control of your child at this point. You've alienated the father. So now he's only growing up off of a woman's mindset. And when most boys hear women's mind all the time, they grow up violent. They ready to destroy, because a father or a man will deter some of that testosterone to a certain level. Right. They're not going to let them just wild out. And I say this,
I agree with most of what you're saying.
You ain't got to agree with none of it. I'm just saying this is me.
I agree with most, but you can't. We got to stop blaming the women, though.
I'm not blaming the women. Hold on. I'm not blaming the women. I'm not blaming the women, because
Well,
I'm sorry.
We gotta stop saying once we say something about women, we're blaming them. They are
We're not
culpable.
blaming.
They're culpable in this shit that we're in, just like we are.
They are,
everybody is culpable.
I want to know why when men
a great deal.
I want to know one thing. We know that these kids are running rampant. They having these meetups and they doing all of that, but where are the daddies?
No, can I ask you a question?
Every woman did not.
No.
Every woman did not alienate.
No, hold on.
The father.
Before you go
Not
down
every,
that path,
most.
Before you go down that path, there's a myriad of reasons why fathers are not in the home, and it's not all on the women kicking them out. Is that enough for you?
Oh, thank you.
So there's a lot of reasons. So if we could spend that's a whole nother show. All I know is that the result is still the same, regardless of how the father's out of the house. The result is still the same. And here's where the women get a hit, because a lot of them are too arrogant to admit that they can't raise boys.
Facts.
By themselves.
Facts.
Yeah, I don't know the number, but I would agree. I don't know the number, but I would agree. You know what I mean? But there are a lot of us women out here from a woman's perspective. And I'm a single woman. I'm gonna and this is coming from a single woman's perspective. I've been, was asked in the hand of marriage and all that, and I turned it down for whatever the reason that was, But women out here are feeling vulnerable. Women are not here trying to take on men roles, when it comes to meeting a desired man, it's like, where do you put your place? Is it just, if you're intentional, are you going to church? Where are you making this connection, right? But when it comes to, I would agree that marriage is crucial. Marriage is crucial, but I don't think that women are, and I don't know the number. I don't think women are deliberately degrading a man or making their children at home feel like a man is not the king of the house. The man is not the.
Hold on, Tootsie. Let me just stop you right there. It's not. Let's put it this way. So that I don't want to get down this rabbit hole. I wouldn't say it's all women, but it's enough to make it. It's enough to make a difference.
But can you clarify that? Can you clarify that? Because I'm here to get my perspective, but I want to learn too. Can you clarify
that when women, anybody, men too, when we start hearing these conversations that might sound like criticism of men or women, people say that you might be talking all. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. But the point is, in our situation, both men and women in our community, we have defections across the board, and it's not everybody.
No, I agree. I totally agree.
What I'm saying. So it goes for women too. Just like every man is not a deadbeat dad, every woman is not a bad mother.
Right.
All I'm saying is there's enough of bad folks on either side to make a difference.
Right.
And
I agree with that.
If it's only 10%, or if it's only 20%, and 80% of people are okay, 20%, I'm an engineer, is a pretty significant number. You know what I'm saying? And it's enough to make a difference. And that's all that matters.
This is true. This is true, but how do you, so let's talk about the reality that there's single women with children, right? And what is the
Black community?
But if we're talking about the reality of a woman who is raising children and who was searching, I mean, maybe they want to get married, but that is just not the reality in that moment. What is the expectation?
Well, the expectation is that you raise your kids to the point where they're on their own, and then you go find a husband. I'm only joking. The point really is.
Well, I'm not coming from a perspective that the woman is seeking. What I'm saying,
you gotta be old. Wait a minute.
No, but let's.
Really is, hold on for a second. The point really is this: the question you ask is something that we really can't answer because it's an individual basis.
Right.
So So I can't say what would be good for you, and I'm only using you as an example or the next one. It depends on what you're looking for, right? And it depends on who marries up with you and all that kind of stuff. So it's a conversation that doesn't have an answer.
So yeah, so let me just say this about this channel right here. So Tussie, what he's explaining to you is this: this channel is full of content that talks about realities between women and men.
Okay.
It's a rabbit hole that we'll go down because first and foremost, you got to understand that it's more of a generational thing.
Yes.
It's also location. But the thing is that the integrity of this particular show here, we stated it earlier. Men and women are needed to be synonymous in the family.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree.
So when we start, and so yeah, the conversation. That's why I said that when people sit back and they tell us that we talk too much about relationships, because that's what this channel talks about that a lot too, right? When we're talking about relationships between women and men, we have people that turn a deaf ear to it, right? Because we say a lot of great things when it comes down to it. It's not about blame; it's about how we fix it. Right now. So right now, what we're saying is that just in a nutshell, the reason why we have this whole thing in our community, Black community, with this high percentage of Black people assaulting and killing each other, Black on Black crime, whatever you want to call it, is for the simple fact that we have the degradation of family. That's basically what it is. Now, we have other ways, and matter of fact, I think Tuesday we're going to be talking a lot about this also. Tomorrow, we'll be talking a lot about the relationship part of it.
Okay, because I think that's where the question is lying with. I'm saying that for the single people out here, right? Well, I guess we say with children, we can make that a hypothetical thing. So how are people meeting and socializing to come to that common ground if they are interested in marriage? Like where are they? Like how do you start where is the community? Where is that community?
This is where the trust. So just since you're here, do you have men in your own family that you trust?
Oh, absolutely.
So women like you, right? Every damn Tom, Dick, and Joe Junebug that they meet, they should be running them through those men that they trust in their family. They should be running them through it, but we so selfish that we don't do it. You don't find out that they with somebody until they done already clapped cheeks. And most of us, Gen X, we the baby mama, baby daddy generation. We was teenagers having babies.
Right.
Now, the difference between them, I remember a time, even if people's father didn't live with them, the mama be like, let me call your daddy. Because you getting out of hand for me. And that's when the family and if not daddy, they could call JT over. JT at 30 would have been ready to come over. They would call the big uncle, the big brother, the one that they knew they trusted. Now they isolated. Then when their kid go from wearing a size 2 to a size 15 and he's 6'9", now he's a problem. Because when he was coming up in that problem, instead of addressing it, you made excuses for it. You made excuses. And listen, I cheated on you. We got a slow ass son. I cheated on you. I wasn't no good to you. But then you brought that baby around. He looked just like me. You don't think that'll do something to me? Now, it's different when I was 21, 22. Man, I ain't got time. I got to get to the club. I got shit to do. But now I'm 31, 32. I'm working steady. Man, bring my son over and let it. Look, drop. You seen the movie What's Love Got to Do with It with Tina Turner? Remember the scene when the lady just dropped them little slow ass kids off, say, I can't do nothing with it. You take them.
Right.
Sometimes that's what you got to do. And let that man and that boy figure it out. Because once them scrotum sac, when your boy's scrotum sac separate from their body, they need a straight man in his life. And he might talk shit. Sometimes your daddy go cuss you out. But he gonna say, son, you can do that shit. Don't let nobody punk you out here.
So can I piggyback off that? let me piggyback off that right quick. What we have a problem with too, because what Coach Ferg just illustrated was this: you still had men that were still men.
Right.
Like, no matter what it was, they still had some type of a foundation of being a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
What we're having a problem with now is that we don't have men.
I totally agree. I totally agree. And I can differentiate one from the other. And I'm really proud to say that I still have that within my family, you know, but we're becoming dinosaurs. We're the 60s babies. We're now the elders.
No, but this is the thing. We're warning. This is the thing that a lot of people don't understand. The people that's getting ready to exit out here, we warn you for 20, 30 years, and you don't take the warning. You want to argue everything that you hear. When it comes down to us, we wasn't elders like we just came out the womb being elders. It was a gradual progress, right? When it comes down to it. What happened? So now what we are seeing is that human beings' mind change. It always changed within 10 to 15 years. The mind change. That's why when people say times have changed, times didn't change. The mindset of the minority, the majority of people have changed. Yeah. So what's happening now is that what's being put in front of the youth is weak adults, weak women, and weak men. Men are out here just saying, and it goes to what Coach Ferg was just saying too. Once you start having men going along with the mindset of women, now what you have is a bunch of lesbians having relationships.
Oh, there's confusion. Oh yeah, I totally agree.
Hey, JT, can I say this? And I've been saying this even on our platform. Like, most men nowadays, they're not willing to sacrifice their lifestyle to raise a child 24/7. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem we have right now.
But that's not the why. That's not the why, though, brother.
But you know what? It is. If I hear a man complaining about, I want my kids and everything, but you're not doing 100% to get them, I don't respect that.
You're not gonna have that though. You're not gonna have a man sitting back and doing that by himself. And I was on a platform and we talked about this. If you started having, like right now, it's an nominal number of men that take care of their kids solely by themselves, right? And so say if it increased, you're going to see the problem that you have with women. You're going to also see those problems with men. However, hold on. However, men understand that I am not going to, because he can't be working and taking care of a child at the same time. What end up happening is that men end up getting married to women. They still end up creating a family because they understand a man is not going to sit back and say, I'm mama and daddy. The man going to say, I need somebody to help me with my kids. Yeah. And what he's going to do is he's going to show his strength and how he attracts women. And he's going to attract them with the mindset of, I'm looking for a wife so I can build a family for my kids. You're never going to see a bunch of men being single fathers. You're just not going to see it. You're going to see men getting married. Am I lying right now, Mr. Playboy Williams? Didn't you just get married?
I did. And guess, hold up. See, you put me in a rabbit hole, but I'm going to tell the truth. Yes, I was raising my niece, and yes, my wife did choose me.
You create a family. You're going to create a family. We're not going to say, I can do it by myself. We're not going to do it. You're not going to see a bunch of men saying that.
Yeah.
They're going to get married. Trust me.
Not now, hold up. I know a lot of single men, they still ain't.
It's an anomalous number. That's why I said it's an anomalous number.
But they do have but you're not lying though, JT. They do have at least a woman, a family member that can help with mold the child. Right. You're not lying on that. What I'm saying is, if women can do it by themselves,
but they're not.
There's a lot of women. Think about it. There's a lot of women have raised their kids.
No, they're not. They're not. But they're defective.
So why does a man But why does a man get a pass when if you create multiple kids?
Mr. Williams, let me ask you. Let me ask.
I think I can agree. I think I can agree with that. That is not the. Is that we're talking about? Is it possible? There has been some successes, but we're not talking about that's the ideal situation. I don't think that's the ideal situation. But yes, there has been some successes in that, and I'm not promoting that, but we can't.
We have receipts. We are living in a time of receipts of generations of women raising boys. We got actual receipts. We don't have to think about.
Oh,
right.
You're not wrong on that.
I'm not saying that men didn't have a part to play, but we know what it looks like when the majority of women are raising not only their boys but their daughters, because they perpetuate the same shit that they went through. So
majority of them, they got to do both.
We have receipts.
They got to raise boys.
So I keep saying that because it's not because we're picking on women. I'm saying the lab experiment is in, and I admit, I'm gonna say to you, just like what JT said, I had a show on this channel called "Give Those Goddamn Kids to Their Fathers," right? Because I believe that if men had the same situation with kids, they would find solutions that are more palatable, because men are not introverted in what makes them feel good. If we have kids, then our purpose becomes those kids. And we find a way to make those kids, because our happiness is secondary. That's not the same shit with women.
It's not.
You know, it's not.
I get that, but look, I've been coaching kids. I've been coaching kids for over 20 years. And majority of the time, the daddies, even I would get them involved or what have you, but you can't keep acting like these. I'm gonna tell you something that we don't speak about. Most men won't deal with the kid because they want the baby mama.
Yeah, but that doesn't excuse the issue. It just makes it part of the issue.
Right.
But the man make it part of the. If you don't, because you know what, there's a lot of good. I'm gonna just say this, and just y'all can correct me if y'all feel like I'm wrong. There are a lot of good baby mamas. You know, you got a good and a bad baby mama. There are a lot of good baby mamas that tolerate men that don't do shit for their kids.
They're not good baby mamas then.
They want to. They're not in the picture.
They are not good baby mamas then.
I'm gonna ask you this. Hold up. Just let me say this.
Not good.
Like daddy tell a child, I'm gonna come and get you on Friday, and that little kid is just sitting in that damn window waiting on him, and he don't show up. Guess who got to correct?
That's TV. That's
hold on. All of these scenarios are true. All of these scenarios are true, but that doesn't change the outcome.
Right.
It just doesn't change the outcome. I can sit down here and tit for tat with you, Mr. William, and say how many women alienate the dads from actually wanting to be fathers to these kids. He got a new girlfriend, and he's stupid enough to go pick up his kid with the girlfriend in the car.
Facts.
And then all of a sudden that shit turns into okay. So all of these things are
facts.
True. All of these
things.
Yeah.
Because everything.
It's all
everything.
Real.
But see, here's the thing. If you know that I've seen this, man. Since I'm a Gen Xer, man, I've seen it all. If they know you ain't got a girlfriend, everything's cool. Blah blah blah. She want to talk. Blah blah blah. Soon she know you got a girlfriend. It's over. She gonna tell it. She gonna teach that kid.
Didn't they just prove my point? Men understand that they're not gonna be able to do that shit by themselves. So watch this. What Playboy Williams just said. If that man is trying to get back with his kid's mother, I don't like the term baby mama, baby daddy. I hate it. But if he's trying to get back with, that means that he's not wrong for that, because that completes the family. We started a family together. And you steady trying to have this motherfucking boyfriend and being under my fucking kids. I don't want that man having nothing to do with my kids. So this is what we don't talk about. Men, we don't want other men dealing with our kids in that sense. If they got more access to my kid than I do, I'm jealous. Hell yeah, I am. So I would get back with you.
I can respect that from a real man's perspective. I can respect that.
JT, look, I didn't care about that shit for real. I just wanted to meet him once and let him know about my children. Because I just wanted to meet him. You can discipline my child.
Is he still alive? Is he still alive?
No, I'm dead serious. Look, I wasn't one of those baby daddies that was, because my oldest, that's the one that with his mom. I was in high school, so y'all know that.
Yeah.
So,
Teenagers.
but you're not gonna whoop my son's ass. That you can discipline him, you can talk to him, and if he disrespects you, you call me, I'll whoop his ass.
Why?
That shit sounds crazy to me, though, and I'm gonna tell you, it's just me.
But I'm saying because we had a grown person conversation when it came.
I understand. No, I understand that.
What I'm saying is, I didn't say he couldn't. No, he can.
He can't do no.
And everything
with me, it's a no. All of it is a no. This is my whole problem that I have with it, and this is just comes from again because we don't talk about a whole. That's why I was saying, Tussy. That's why I was saying this shit would go down a fucking rabbit hole when we start talking about women and men.
Right.
But this is the thing. I'm my father's son. My father, there was no man that had more access to me than my father. There was no man that had more of an influence over me than my father. And if my father, my mother wasn't together, every man that would have tried to be in a relationship with my mom would have just been over with because they would have to deal with my father. At the end of the day, I don't want that to happen. Even I was divorced. One of the things that I knew that it was going to be a problem if there was another man that was out here trying to be more of an influence. My ex-wife had a boyfriend, but that man could not be an influence like that because first and foremost, she just didn't allow it.
Hold up, JT.
Hold on. Let me say this. No. But they are if they're up under. So that man couldn't live with her. He couldn't be up under the same roof. So they had and the man wanted to marry her, but she said, not until my kids get grown. And the man wanted to, he wanted to have another child, and she said that ain't happening. You get what I'm saying? It was for the simple fact that when she looked at it in a practical sense. Damn, we're not together anymore, but I can't do more damage. I can't do more damage because what would have happened is if she had other kids, it'd have been more damage. If she would have had that man it would have really confused my kids because now they got to deal with that man's influence and their father's influence. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying when we start talking about these relationships, we have to be very, very intricate on these. That's why we have to have those type of shows. Because this would go down a rabbit hole.
It can go down a rabbit hole, but I think also that when you are divorcing, right? Where is the discussion about that when it comes to before you decide to actually leave? When you're really saying as a man that you are focused on your child's rearing and focused on your family, what are the things that you're discussing at the table to prevent divorce?
Can I be very honest with you? It comes down to this. Well, it comes down to this. Hold on, it comes down to this because you're right. They can't have the divorce conversation. You know what the divorce conversation is at? Court. It's at court. Once you start going to court, now we're enemies.
Right.
And if you decided that you don't want to be with me no more, and you're not only and that was your decision solely, you are not only tearing up me and your relationship, but you're also tearing up my relationship with my kid.
JT, hold on.
Well, this is coming from a single perspective. You know what I mean? I'm a woman of a certain age, and I never wanted to settle. But then were there opportunities? Where I thought that maybe I don't have any regrets, but if I knew what I knew now, then you understand. But that's neither here. That's neither here nor there. But I had a sister, and I wasn't trying to play. My sister was married to a military man. They'd done well in life. And they were going through divorce, and my sister was going through so much turmoil, and so they had an agreement as a married couple that they they work them things within themselves, right? But I was really disappointed in him because he was an adulterer, right? And I know for sure that my sister, I know that for a fact, didn't step out, right? My sister was committed to the marriage, right? And I'm not saying she was perfect, but we're talking about having sex outside the marriage, right? And so I knew that she took that marriage seriously when it came to that particular situation. Well, just all things considered, but that particular situation, because that's what was a catalyst that broke up the marriage.
Yeah.
And my sister is not wanting to marry anymore, right? Because she's like, I have been through it. You don't understand, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But she's also not letting another. My nieces are 30, 20. They're grown, but she still has one that's in high school. And she was saying, like, he's being kind of petty, right? He didn't want, he set him up. He was a colonel or something. He had a high ranking in the service. So he did well.
Benefits.
And he set up the girls to have, most of them they went to college and they got scholarships. They took advantage of that. But they had some kind of benefits of him being a father, being the children of him, right? So then she says, you know what is she said, he's going back. He wants to take what he set up from my daughter. He wants to take it back. He's like, I done did everything. I done did this, and so on and so forth. And
how old, if you don't mind, how old was the daughter?
There's 3 daughters. So there's one that's 30. She graduated from FAMU. There's one.
Right? We're talking about
the youngest one is still in. She hasn't graduated high school.
His relationship with his kids is his relationship with his kids. Has nothing to do with her anymore.
She doesn't hinder them from going, but there seems to be some negativity.
Before you keep going, he doesn't want to pay for the youngest one.
Well, no, it's something that I don't know. Don't quote me, because what I'm saying is, as a military father, his children had some benefits. Okay.
Yeah, they still get those benefits.
And so whatever that benefit was financially, he wants to take it away from the youngest daughter.
He can't.
He can't take it away.
Yeah, he can't take it away.
Okay.
It's a right.
My sister's under that impression. They have a divorce.
No, he can't take it away.
He can't. Okay. Not as long as she's in.
Yeah, she qualifies. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But this is the thing. Because I heard you mention something when it comes down to her saying that she don't really want to do this again. And so I would say that she's in her late 40s and her 50s?
Yeah, my sister is probably going to be 50 pretty soon.
So the way I look at it is that ship has sailed. Because this is the thing, she created what she was supposed to create it during the marriage or whatever it was, right? Now, when you're in a different, and this is why we have to be able to compartmentalize a lot of these conversations. Once you start being over middle age and you're talking about being married, now you got to recontextualize what marriage is.
Right.
That's a whole different thing, because it's not about kids, right? So it can actually be more simple as you're older, because you literally can just say, because I like this person, I love and I enjoy being with this person, I want to spend the last of my years with this person. You can, it makes it way more easier than it would if you was a lot younger.
But my point to that was, like, you guys talk about and this is not tit for tat, but I'm saying this as an example, because I didn't expect him to be so petty, so to speak, right? So my sister got the house. He didn't want her to have the house, and then he said if she has the house, she's going to have to pay the mortgage, right? Yeah. And so I'm thinking, as a man,
let me stop you right there. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Okay.
No. What I'm saying is,
no, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. They have this situation between the two of them. And what we don't know is his side of the story and her side of the story. Let's not go there.
No, I get it. I'm not trying to.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go there at all.
Okay.
Him and his ex-wife have a sister. They got one kid left. He's out of the frying pan, and he's got one kid left. He might be being petty, but we don't know the whole story. But I don't want to go down that too much more detail on that. I really
And we can best assure that out of those 3 children, they all will be productive citizens.
Yeah, probably.
They will not be committing crimes and violent towards people in the world. And that's the key and the catch, right? Because and I'll say this, man, when both people can have access to the slow kids, it builds a better confidence in the child. Because kids are able to really think logically and not be impulsive and not be followers of others who may not have that experience. And that's the catch where we are to me. Working in schools a lot, I always ask the why. And when I start asking why, you're acting this way, but why are you acting this way? Not because the teacher told you to do some work. Let's start outside of school. What happened? Somebody passed away. Mother and father are fighting. My mama's picking on me, especially teenagers in high school. Somebody's, hurt me, things like that. So when it comes down to the family and fathers, and this is why I help guys, even young women in a sense, because they hear the bad stories. Daddy ain't shit. Daddy ain't been around. Daddy lived 2 blocks away. Mama didn't say, we wasn't really in a relationship. We were just sleeping, having sneaky sex in the backseat of a Jeep. People don't be real with those stories, right? So you can't expect 2 people who are not even in a relationship to say, okay, we're going to raise a kid together. We can't expect that. But people expect for people who are not even knowing each other, haven't had the conversations. You knew he wasn't shit because you seen him standing on the corner or he was always at the club. You knew she wasn't shit because every time you saw her, she had her shit out where everybody can see and make a comment. But you said, oh, I'm bypassing all that. I want them cheeks. And most of us are not having condom sex. We having raw sex because we selfish. And now we got a slow ass kid that none of us really want. That's where we are. So my thing is, that's why I say is allow that child to formulate their own opinions about the other parent. When you start formulating that child's opinion for it, a lot of time it's backfiring on our community because a lot of those people, most people don't shame mama. She's the last person we're going to talk about. Back in the day, you get your ass beat talking about somebody's mama. We protect it. And now kids are out here reckless because they never had that other side say, boy, sit your ass down. Go on over, do this, do that. But
are you saying that the majority of the women are bad mouthing the fathers?
I would say I would say over the last 35 years.
It's enough to make a difference.
I would say majority. I would say majority because listen, you don't even have to badmouth it. And that's why I used to tell mothers, listen, your child is maturing the way that you're teaching them or not teaching them to mature. So to alleviate, you don't want your daughter to be at the script club because that's most men's fears is like, damn, walk in the club and there's my baby up here. And that's only because more than likely we ain't have a relationship. Allow that child to find out the other side of their family. Even if I cheated.
What demographic of women are we talking about? Are we talking about a woman with 6 figures? Are we talking about a woman that lives in a project?
Most 9 to 5 women. It don't matter.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter.
Well, I'm talking about where is this pool? Where do you get in this pool?
In the regular
women?
9 to 5 middle class American woman.
Can I speak on this? Miss Tootsie. Does not matter. Well, hold on. Women, one of the things Miss Tootsie, one of the things that you can actually say, women will overcompensate. It doesn't matter about your.
What you mean by overcompensate?
They will overcompensate when it comes to taking care of their kids. Most women who care doesn't matter about the dad or nothing. They will go broke or what have you to spoil their kids. It doesn't matter. The problem. It doesn't matter about you. It doesn't matter if you make 6 figures because most women don't make 6 figures.
Well, I'm saying like the 6-figure women have a mindset. I'm talking about.
Arpain got something to say. Hold on, Arpain got something.
For a second. And Mr. Williams, you use the word overcompensate. There's a positive and a negative connotation.
Right. Oh, well,
Yeah,
yes,
hold on. There's a positive and a negative connotation to it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Or pain.
Could be that, yeah, I'm going to do this all by myself and I'm going to lock that nigger out. And that's one way of overcompensating.
Now look, Arpain, I got to push back on you with one thing.
Okay.
You've been married for all these years.
Yeah.
Your wife and your kids. I'm saying people like myself, I've overcompensated for my niece. Just like a baby mama would do with her husband.
No.
Okay, well, let me ask this question. How many men on this panel have experienced that?
Divorce?
Well, not. I want to say divorce or experience the woman. How many of you have experienced with a woman what you're talking about? Like literally experienced that.
In reference to what? Mr. Williams was
saying. You're saying that where the woman is either talking bad to their children about their father, or contributing to not allowing the father to be in the children's life. How many on this panel have experienced that?
Hold on.
I've had that experience, but
if you say experience, meaning if you have a family big enough,
I've been through it, but I fought.
So you're saying, as a married man, you've experienced. You're still in a marriage, experiencing that?
No, not in a marriage. Not in a marriage.
Not as a marriage. As a baby.
I'm a married man with a big family, and I've seen cousins and people.
No, not what you've seen. No, respectfully, not what you've seen. What you've experienced as a married man.
I've been in the rooms and heard them talk. I know.
No, I'm not trying to discredit you. What I'm saying is your personal experience.
It didn't work for me, but that doesn't mean I don't know what happens. It's like saying you can't be a sportscaster unless you play football.
No, I'm not discrediting you. I'm just curious because I'm hearing different perspectives. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. I'm just trying to understand the different perspectives. That's all.
When you mean experience, you mean did you go through it yourself? No.
Yes.
Not as a married man. Not as a married.
The married man ain't gonna go through that.
That's what I was trying to say, Mr. Payne.
A married man might. A married man might. He might choose to stay there and raise his children and not necessarily deal with it, but he can be experiencing that, right?
But that's a small number, though. That's a very small.
So no, it's not that it's a small number. It's that it's a different type of dynamic. This is what happens, and this is what and the same thing with our pain. What you're saying, he may not have went through it himself, but he has an anecdotal observation because of his family. Just like you had an observation through your sister and her husband, right? Or ex-husband.
Right. No, I'm not discrediting him. I'm asking that question because I'm hearing different perspectives. And that's the only reason. I'm not discrediting him.
Yeah. No. It's not about a discredit. It's not about discrediting. No. It's not about that. So what happens is this. In the marriage, what we starting to see is that the mother end up having more of a voice than the father. And I'm talking about moderately, in a moderate times. So what happens is that the father, this is one of the reasons, and a lot of people don't understand this also. When you have relationships, marriages that break up, guaranteed, a portion of that is going to be about parenting. It's going to have children involved. So when we're talking about it, you have a lot of women that they drown out the father's authority. And one of the things is that the father in return would tell her, listen, this is the last time that you're going to keep talking, because he'll be talking and she would undermine him. This is in the marriage. She would undermine his authority. One of the reasons why that a lot of people, especially if they've been married for about 15 plus years and then they get a divorce, one of the biggest problems, and you don't hear a lot of people talking about it, is because of the raising of their children. She doesn't. So a lot of times you don't have women that are actually following with the man's ideology of when it comes down to him leading his family. You would have a bunch of women that would have a louder voice. And the man at some point in his marriage would get tired of that. because now he's starting to see it. What you will also see is that will bleed into the kids' ideology. What we don't also understand is, well, we do understand it, but we keep going past it. Kids are only kids for a very short time. They turn into adults very fast. And what happens is that those kids that was once kids, they're adults now. A lot of these kids mess around and they end up having kids while they're still in the developing stages of adulthood. What happens then is that once they start having, and this is kind of like steering towards the mothers. Once you start having a young mother, she, at some points, she stumps her growth and maturity. What happens is if she has that child at 20, she stays 20 even when she's 40. If she has that child at 19, she stays 19 until she's getting to a point where she can break through it. That's what we was talking about earlier when we say the mindset, right? The mentality of people when it comes down to, so a lot of these things, and a lot of the people don't understand trauma, it comes in all kind of levels. So now you have where we at right now, 2026, right? Most people would talk more about having children and being single mothers and dads than they would talk about being husbands and wives.
I would agree with that. And I'd also would say too, there's a misunderstanding about the roles too, of a man and a woman, of a man, a true man and a true woman, and also the roles of marriage. I think that is convoluted. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about that. And then, what people's interpretation of a woman and a man's role should be, right? As a wife, as a mother, as a father. And who gets to say that? Who gets to say that? Who gets to make that interpretation?
You know who's making that interpretation in real time right now in our modern day? They're doing that shit in the churches. It's in the church.
Oh my God, what they accepting in church, and oh my God, I agree. I totally agree.
If they taking out the word obey, then you already set up for failure. People not even putting it in none of their vows. You can't even have, and that sets the wrong precedent, especially if you're trying to raise a family and establish a roles or hierarchy in a sense. Not to say you're gonna tell you what to do. It's just that now. Again, man, I love my time I grew up because I see a lot of this degeneracy. I ushered it in. I was the baby daddy generation. We ushered that shit in. We were teenagers selling drugs, right?
But when you finished, when you landed, Mr. Williams, I know you was trying to say something. So
I'm gonna be real quick, man. Give me one more minute. Listen, here we are, right? Again, right today, right? And again. We haven't stopped having sex. About 95% of all America has busted it open at some point. Okay. Now, I'm not saying you having it 3 or 4 times a week or whatever, but you did it at least once, right? We're not planning our families. Most people are getting pregnant in the first and second. We're teenagers getting teenagers pregnant. When in our community, for some reason, we don't wake up till we damn near 30. But that's us, right? That's where we've gotten today. It was a time where, despite having a child, you had family support. You had people that was going to support you, raise that slow ass kid to be strong and independent. Now, by that overcompensation, Brother Williams said, we're trying to fix a problem with buying things instead of once that emotional stability is given to a child through his father. Salute to Joe Jackson. He taught them all how to fight. Oh, are y'all playing my instruments? Guess what? Y'all ass go play this instrument. Guess what, LaToya, as crazy as she was she a baby mama? Nope. She didn't run. Everybody else was married. Even Janet, she had to get married before she had a child. Those messages are not passed down because people are taking their own hatred because I cheated in 1986 and now all men's ain't shit. And the fact that she cheated on me with the dude I didn't like, now women ain't shit. But we ain't stopped having sex. And when our children come, instead of people just saying, let me take a few moments, a few months, years, especially if we realize our children are deficient, and it's helped them get better because they're going to grow old. And I'm not taking care. I tell myself, I'm not taking care of no 40-year-old dude unless you are physically unable to do that. Not because you don't want to. You can't live with me and think you're gonna be eating up all my special
Paraplegic,
snacks.
TBI, you gonna have to
That's
have
it.
something.
Wheelchair bound, where you gonna bring in a check
All
because
right,
you're gonna
Mr.
be
Williams.
working.
All right, Mr. Williams, what you have? I don't know what to say that. I don't know if you're saying it to the lady or in general.
No, I actually agree. I agree with I'm not taking care of no grown ass man. Like, hey, daughters, hey, they different, you know, shit happens, but no, I'm never gonna do that. But I grew up in a time where men needed to be men. You had certain responsibilities, but when you created a child, guess what? You need to take care of them. That's what the era I grew up in. This is what the hell it was. Like we were the backbone. Period. It wasn't just Big Mama and everybody, but as men, and you're growing up, we were the backbone. So I don't respect men when they run from their kids or none of that shit, because we can't put it on the women because it's on us, because we have to be responsible for how we navigate this shit. They got all these pop-ups and everything. You think some women gonna do that? We know women are weaker than us. We're the men out there like, hey, y'all need to, Have y'all been seeing the pop-ups? It's everywhere. And Coach Ferg, I know you've been seeing them in Louisville. You've been seeing them. They have gotten worse.
What's the pop-up? I tell me.
It's the pain. A pop-up is now, they on social media where they can do, see, most people are not paying attention to Snapchat. All these young kids, these teenagers, they on Snapchat. They ain't on Facebook and Instagram.
I heard about Snapchat.
They say we all gonna meet up, and guess what? It's hundreds of them though.
They do that all over the country, even today. All
Yeah,
over the country.
You talk about
What I'm
those
saying
speed
is,
takeovers?
it's getting worse, even in my city now. Like
Man,
it's
we
a
can
takeover. And
we
the
can
teenagers,
shake.
guess what they do?
It's only a takeover
up.
because we allowing that shit to happen.
But what
We
did
can
I
stop
say?
that.
But if
We can
you
stop
have
that
more,
goofy ass shit anytime that we get ready to
why
stop
ain't
that goofy ass
and
shit.
what I'm saying is, why ain't no daddies out there?
Because you don't have that type of a landscape anymore, Williams. This is not you cannot put the jacket on the men as if they just
I'm not
left.
saying that, but we know that women are weak.
Because everybody trying to get these same men, hold on, everybody trying to get these same fucking men that they said that ain't there to be goddamn mentors. This is the crazy part. They're trying to get the men that they said that ran from the community to be mentors. That shit don't make any sense.
JT, I don't want most men to be mentors because that's never what it's been. Since I was a kid, it was a selective few that coached us and did everything, even though I did have a dad, but he worked a lot. But
so that's your mentor. That's your mentor. And the thing is that this. You better go talk to your mama and you tell her why her and your mentor is not together anymore. That's what you got to do. Don't sit back and then and assume that your mentor had just left.
So guess what I can do though? My mom fucked up with my dad, right?
Oh shit.
Hold up. They were married. They had been raised around each other since they was kids. When my mom moved from Alabama, right? And I've told this might be risky, but then they were married for 7 years. I was married. I was actually born in wedlock, but she's been with my stepfather for 30 years.
Okay.
So my stepfather has been a part of my life and my dad, but they had an understanding, and my father broke it down to him.
Okay.
So I had two men, especially my dad, more than anybody, because that was everything for me. You know, he passed away from COVID in 2020. But even my stepfather, during that time, he helped me get federal license and shit to be in the federal courthouses and shit like that. But my father still made sure me and my brothers had everything and all of that, but they worked together. It wasn't
Men are not communal, but see, you are. That's what we was saying. Men ain't communal like that. Like I just told you, I ain't
Not
that
no
type
more.
of nigga myself, and you ain't
But
gonna
I
never
did
have
it
that
with
happening.
I did it with one of my sons.
So she
like
was
my
there
oldest son.
with your stepfather. I know, but this is the thing. That what you talking about? Talk to the young folks like that. They ain't talking like they
That's
ain't
what
even
I
thinking that
do.
way.
But
They're
JT,
not.
this,
What I'm saying is that what we're talking about is the end results. They don't even talk about marriage, period, when it come down to that. When they say marriage, they like shit. At the end of the day, we just said, and like I said, we're gonna go to the because I know our paying ready to close it out, but let's go back. Let me double back to the beginning. The thing is that when we're talking about this thing, when we're talking about the crime that we commit towards one another, the assaults, the murders, and these things that happen. One of the biggest reasons is because we don't have the fathers and the mothers that are working synonymous with each other, and that's in marriage. That's the whole thing. So everything else that we're trying to teach, if we can't teach how to be socially and involved with one another, especially if we're having sex with one another, if we don't talk about being having principles and standing 10 toes down and teaching those principles, not only just to our own children, but to our nephews and nieces and to the people that's in our community, we will not be able to get past this thing. We're going to keep assaulting each other and we're going to keep killing each other. And the bad thing about this is that we're going to keep going into these prisons that everybody keep complaining about. We're going to keep having problems with the goddamn police that everybody keep complaining about. We're going to have all these problems here because we're so focused on who we don't fuck with or who we hate and all these different things. The reason being is because you don't have the mother and the father as the foundation to community anymore.
legacy is
All right. Hey, okay. So, Mr. Williams, you got some last words, man? Final thoughts?
Yeah, like hey, I told y'all, like I mean, this is so dope. I'm sorry that I came late when I got the text. My son, he'll be 29 tomorrow, and went to the game.
Happy birthday, youngin'.
And I ain't gonna lie, he's my favorite son. So.
No, it's your favorite. No, you got favorites around.
Hey, he dark skinned like me, look like me.
Oh,
he's the only one. Everybody else is red. So,
shit.
No offense, coach.
I ain't offended.
Hey.
You better be offended. I mean, I ain't offended.
He was the one that I knew when I did the first DNA test.
Okay. Oh, you had to take a DNA. Okay.
That's my heartbeat. I ain't gonna lie. Like, man, just thank y'all for always inviting me, man, for real. Like, I think it's so dope. And I know I was trying to catch up with the conversation, but Mr. Payne, hey, you are really dope. I love the fact that we got a boomer on here, JT.
Boomer, man.
You know what? You know, it's all love and Coach
It's always love, bro. It's always love.
Louisville, Kentucky, but it's always something relevant.
I just appreciate y'all. That we segue off into is still all relevant to the real main topic because that's underneath all of that.
Yes,
is the dysfunction that we have in our community that puts too many people, men and women, out there with no direction.
Yes,
right, and because that's one of the nexus of getting it all together.
Yeah,
So the conversation was worthwhile. I know we can get down into some of the rabbit holes, but go ahead, Coach Fred. What
just
you got?
let me know when I can come back up, man.
You can come back anytime, man. When the link is down, you can come up, man. When the link is down, you can come up.
Man, I love y'all, man. Salute.
We doing a show tomorrow, Tuesday, man. We doing a show tomorrow. So.
What's the show? What's the show tomorrow? You know what the topic?
I gotta look at the topic.
Just go to the BMU's channel. You'll see the show tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll see the show. It is more of a relationship type of thing.
Yeah,
so
flipping tables. We're flipping tables tomorrow.
Yeah, flipping
8:30,
tables.
man. 8:30 Eastern time.
Hey, my son, he wanted to wipe his stuff out. That's why we went to the game and everything today.
Yeah, salute, man. Let him listen in on the show. Let him listen in on the show tomorrow, man.
Sure.
He's young, looking for a nice little woman.
He does. Hey, my kids, no matter what platform I'm on, they be mattling.
But tomorrow we got a burner, bro. This shit is about to be crazy. You already know. It's called "Women Are 100% Responsible for Getting Pregnant." Prove me wrong.
Wait a minute. Be Amused sent me that. I thought this was that show.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow.
We'll definitely see you tomorrow.
It's gonna be crazy tomorrow, bro.
Tomorrow, when you come with that, it's not the women's fault shit.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Hey, look, y'all done locked me in.
Hey, if you still out there, you come back tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, thanks, folks. What you got, man? Before we get out?
Man, I appreciate you having these difficult conversations, man. You know, it's supposed to ruffle feathers, especially today in this time. We claim to be the smartest, but the slowest at the same time. We won't change, but we still holding on to the worst of us and highlighting those, right? But, you know, just to the crime in our communities, it has gone down significantly than over the last 15 years. A lot of young people ain't moving like the 40-year-olds of 10, 15 years ago were moving. These younger folk are trying to get older now. They're thinking about things outside of just hanging in the streets, which is, to me, is not a bad thing. Right. So it's not going to be perfect, but it didn't take us 2 years, 3 years to get here. It's been an ongoing process. Yeah, at least since 3-strike rule, I would say that at least when they were, you know, locking up young black men and pitting them against each other early in life, not even adulthood, because I'm glad that I was able to survive it. But when I saw teenagers start turning on teenagers and deleting each other, I knew that we was in for a hell of a fight going forward throughout my adult life. So that's why I chose the career that I did. I embrace anybody else that's willing to at least give someone who's not technically a part of their lives a word of wisdom so they can get to old age as us. So just having the conversations, I think, is always needed. But I think our conversation really, it gets to a gray area because women have now gained the independence by default through the systems. And that's going to be the catch-22 for young males going forward, because are they having these relationship building skills with their fathers? Are the women having words of wisdom about who to stay away from those fathers? Because a father, by default, he doesn't want anything from you. Another man or another woman, they are looking to get something out of you. So their information may be skewed. So I salute to you, even JT, and even you, Brother Win. Y'all having daughters, and I believe that y'all proud of y'all daughters on what they're doing, the way that they've listened to y'all, and they're not a part of what we're seeing by far. And they're going to make better decisions because they trust you.
Well, yeah, and yeah, that's a good one, Coach Fergie. And listen, I appreciate everybody coming up. You know, of course, you know, I have 2 daughters, and one of the things I found, a lot of people make things more complicated than they need to be. I just kept them busy. I just kept them in productive things. That's it, man. You know, none of this leisure bullshit where you're just hanging out, just random doing stuff. Nah, I knew where my kids were at all time. You know, and maybe I was a little strict, man. You know, this boyfriend shit, they didn't have no goddamn boyfriends. Not when they were under 18. You know, just do your work and get ready. I mean, they had friends, but none of this, I'm going out and all that kind of shit, man. I didn't do that. You know, so they have to suffer through that shit in their 20s. You know what I'm saying? You're on your own, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? But under my roof ain't no shit going on. So I feel like, you know, I had to. My goal was to get them educated, get them to adulthood, and keep them out of you know, that teenage pregnancy bullshit. You know, and as far as I'm concerned, mission accomplished. You know, when my daughters talk to me now, you know, maybe I missed a few things and shit. You know, but they're cool. They're cool with me now, but because they understand. I would say, nah, man. Anyway, but listen, this was a good conversation because everything in the Black community is connected.
Yeah,
it's connected. You know, and that's why when we say Black on Black crime, I understand people don't like the term, but our solutions are going to be different than any other community. Okay, we know about the proximity thing. White people kill more white people and all that other shit. But their solutions are not the kind of solutions that we have. Maybe some of them might overlap, but we have new unique shit that we have to deal with in our community. And our relationship with our women is our fractured relationship with Black women is absolutely unique in this goddamn country.
Yeah.
Nobody has the kind of relationship with their women that we have as Black men and Black women.
Facts.
It's been purposely broken and shattered. And it doesn't matter because they have education and a little bit of money and all that shit. You know, everybody's out of balance a little bit and out of nature. And once you're out of nature, only funky shit's going to happen. Yep. You know? So anyway, so that's that. So I don't want, there's no blame, but we can't go through this conversation without naming what we think is wrong, and there's enough blame to go around. That's all I gotta say. Anyway, gentlemen, hey Tootsie, if you're still out there, you know what? You're welcome to come back tomorrow. I'm here.
Absolutely, bro. I was going to say that too. I was hoping she would have stayed a little bit longer to tell her that, look, it's refreshing. Every time I get a chance to hear a Black woman that really speaks and gets me to thinking when they talking. So she had me thinking about some of the things that she was saying, and it fortified me into how our women, especially, she said she's a 70s child. So, I mean, not a 70s. She said she's a 60s child. So she's still right there. She's an ex. So, yeah, that was one of the things. Her and you already know our pain. I say that a lot to my girl, and shout out to the Real Precious. It's just refreshing, bro. When I get a chance to have conversations with women, whether we do back and forth or not, man, it's just the discourse is dope.
And of course, we got Catelia in the chat over here, and all the other people who stayed all day long.
Yeah,
So
that's my crush right there. Hey, Catelia.
Yeah, this is right. Hey, Braxton just showed up. Hey, look at Braxton. Where you been at, Braxton? Okay,
Braxton been trying to get married. That's all he been trying to.
Oh, is that right? You gotta come up and tell us about your girl, man. Yeah, tell us about your girl.
Hey,
right,
y'all gonna be in the back
next week. I don't know what. I have no idea what the topic is gonna be next week, but I'm gonna think of something. All right,
y'all gonna be in the back.
Nah, man, I gotta get myself ready for work, man.
What you need, man? What you need, bro?
Hey, I want to talk to you, Fergie. We can chat.
Oh yeah, we can talk. I'll stay in the back.
Yeah, stay up. I'll just end the stream and y'all can stay in the back.
All right, man. Love y'all fellas, man. Most definitely, man.
Love y'all.
You workers, man. Salute to you workers, man.